of Atascadero, and ask for a roll call.
Councilmember Werbo,
Here.
Councilmember Daris,
Here.
Councilmember Funk,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom,
Here.
Mayor Moreno,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Well, if you are attending in person, welcome, and listen, or if you're listening live to our city council meeting on the webinar, we welcome you. If you would like to speak by phone on this closed session item, you can call 669-900-6833. Let me say that again. It's 669-900-6833. And then you will use the meeting ID 889-2347-9018. I'll say that one more time. It's meeting ID 889-2347-9018. And at atascadero.org, you can download our agenda, and all of that information will be there on the front page. So I'm going to ask our city attorney to mention what we are going into closed session regarding.
Yes, we have two closed sessions on this afternoon. One is a conference with real property negotiators. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The real property is located at 5970 El Camino Real. The agency negotiator is your city manager. The negotiating parties are Fred Flume, Revocable Trust, and the subject of negotiations are purchase price and/or terms of payment. The second closed session is a public employee release, dismissal, discipline. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B.
Thank you. And with that, I will ask if there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this item. Anyone here in the public can come forward. I am not seeing anyone on the webinar, and I don't believe anyone on the phone. I'm seeing a shaking of the head. So anyone wishing to speak? All right. No one wishing to speak. I will go ahead and close public comment, and we will recess to close session.
Atascadero,
Check, 1, 2, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, check, check. 3, 4. Okay.
All right, the council has just returned from closed session, and I will ask our city attorney if there's any reportable action.
There's no reportable action.
Thank you. So I'll call to order the regular session of our city council meeting and ask Councilmember Funk to lead us in the pledge.
Please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borvo,
Here.
Councilmember Daris,
Here.
Councilmember Funk,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom,
Here.
Mayor Moreno,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Well, if you are, those of you attending in person, welcome. If you're on the webinar, you are on KPRL listening on the phone. We're so glad that you're here with us this evening. All right, getting all my screens set up here. If you would like to speak by phone for public comment during the part of our meeting that's set aside for community forum or on any of the items that are on our agenda, you can do so obviously if you're here in person or if you are on the webinar by raising your hand on your virtual hand on the Zoom webinar. Or if you are watching on channel 20, listening, you're on YouTube, anything else, you can also call in. That information is on the front page of our agenda at atascadero.org. You can pull that agenda, but I'll also give that to you here. That number is 669-900-6833. Again, 669-900-6833. And you can use meeting ID 889-2347-9018. Once again, meeting ID 889-2347-9018. And when you call, do let us know which item it is that you'd like to speak on. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Also move.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, we have a motion by Councilmember Borbo and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. I'm like, who's who? And we will waive the reading in full of all ordinances appearing on this agenda. And the titles of the ordinances will be read aloud by the city clerk at the first reading after the motion and before the council votes. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borvo,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, we have one presentation this evening, and this is a proclamation proclaiming September 15th through October 15th of 2022 National Hispanic Heritage Month. And Francisco, I'd love to invite you up to the podium if you would, and I'm going to go through the proclamation, and then we would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll go ahead and read this, and then we'll hear from you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So whereas the city of Atascadero is welcoming, inclusive, and dedicated to improving the quality of life for those who live, work, and visit here. And whereas what began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Johnson and was expanded by President Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th, the United States observes Hispanic Heritage Month. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the histories, cultures, and contributions of those whose ancestors came to America from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the purpose of Hispanic Heritage Month is to create awareness of the contributions of people of Hispanic heritage to the American culture, including serving as civil rights leaders and community organizers, politicians, teachers, journalists, first responders, artists, healthcare professionals, athletes, inventors, entertainers, and much more. And whereas Atascadero counts itself fortunate to have a large number of residents of Spanish and Latin American descent, many of whose families have lived here for generations, who grow businesses, offer innovative ideas, strengthen our economy, create jobs, and contribute to our daily lives. Now therefore, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, I hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in Atascadero. And I invite the residents of Atascadero to learn more about our Hispanic culture, people, traditions, and values that have positively enriched our community.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our privilege to present this to you, and we'd love to hear from you.
Well, thank you on behalf of all Latinos and Hispanics throughout this great nation. And on behalf of the Mexican government, they asked me, the Mexican consulate, to also come in and give you guys a certificate, and I'd like to read that for you guys. The Consulate of Mexico in Oxnard proudly presents this certificate of recognition to the City of Atascadero for inspiring and highlighting contributions made by the Latino and the Mexican community, enhancing and connecting the diverse, multiracial, and multicultural mosaic of cultures during the Hispanic Heritage Month. Signed by Elizad del Moral Albonora, who is the new consul of Oxnard that pertains to our area. So we want to say thank you for not just bringing it to the front today as Heritage Month, but that this city has contributed to promote culture of Hispanics, such as the Tamale Festival that you guys have been doing every year. And I've been a proud person to be involved and serve that with you guys. So we want to say thank you on behalf of the Mexican government to the City of Atascadero.
Well, thank you. What an honor, and we appreciate your participation in that event every year. And we would love to come take a picture with you. Okay, we are now on to our consent calendar. Consent calendar contains items that are considered routine and non-controversial by city staff and can be just voted through in one motion unless there's a member of the council or the public wishing to pull an item. So I'll look to my colleagues. Is there anyone wishing to pull a consent calendar item? I am seeing none. Any members of the public? If you're on the webinar, you can raise your hand. If you're on the phone, let Luke know. Anybody? Nope, seeing none, I will bring that back to council and ask for a motion.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Borbo, second by Councilmember Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Yes. Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to updates from our city manager. I'll turn it over to Ms. Rickard.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. give Luke a moment here to get caught up. While I talk about all of the downtown grand openings. So over the past couple of weeks, the city has enjoyed a couple of grand opening highlights that we would like to share. On September 1st, the major grand opening and ribbon cutting for La Plaza was held. That was quite a grand opening. I know I saw all of you there, a lot of members of the public. It was an amazing event, very well done. Thank you to the Zappas family for inviting the whole community in to celebrate their major accomplishment. This is truly a transforming project here in the downtown. So people attended from all over to see the beautiful buildings, check out the new businesses that are open or will be opening in the near future. Cielo Restaurant and Rooftop Bar, LOL Yogurt, Lulu Cheese Girl, Tyndall Tile, along with 3 clothing stores and Spent Grain Brewing are amongst the retail and eateries that you can expect to find at the new location, and there are more on the way. In addition, 805 Board Shop opened in their new store in El Camino between La Plaza and Ancient Owl Beer and Bottle Shop. And the store opened Friday evening in time for the Atascadero's Chamber Art and Wine Tour. So a warm welcome to and congratulations to all of our new stores. Please frequent them. We're so glad that they chose to invest and be here in our downtown. This is really exciting news. So that's good stuff. And talking about good stuff, this week Dancing with Our Stars is back, finally. So shows start this Wednesday evening with performances each night through Saturday. The Friends of Atascadero Library's Dancing with Our Stars has been on a 2.5-year hiatus, and all of the dancers and show coordinators are very excited to be back. Tickets for this event are hard to come by, but if you can get a ticket, do attend. We have several dance teams representing the Friends of the Charles Paddock Zoo and the Atascadero Canine Foundation. I know Mayor Moreno will be dancing. It's always a great event and raises a lot of money for some really good nonprofits here in the area. We also have the 6th annual Showdown Cornhole Tournament this weekend. So this coming Friday and Saturday, September 16th and 17th. The tournament kicks off this Friday in the Sunken Gardens with a small 2-person team tournament at 11 a.m. and continuing on Saturday with the main 2-person team tournament here at the Sunken Garden with registration starting at 8 a.m. This Saturday also happens to be Smithsonian Magazine's Re-Museum Day, and the Atascadero Historical Society will be offering tours of Historical City Hall from 9 a.m. till noon. And the Deja Vu Band will be performing from noon until 2, plus a variety of food will be available for purchase. If you're not interested in playing cornhole, come out and play and enjoy the other activities. And don't forget, this cornhole tournament is brought to you by the Knights of Columbus. They do a wonderful job putting this on. It's a great event. I participated every year. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it this year, but we'll have plenty of city teams that can do it. And the proceeds benefit the North County Adaptive Sports and Recreation Program and Escuela del Rio. So please be sure to go to visitatascadero.com/cornhole to register and for event details. Another fantastic event. And we also have this Saturday, the Creek Cleanup Day will be held Saturday, September 17th from 9 a.m. till noon. This annual event is sponsored by the city, Atascadero Waste Alternatives, Chicago Grade Landfill, and the Atascadero Mutual Water Company and the Groundwater Program. Volunteers will meet at the Mutual Water Company yard located at 6575 Sycamore Road at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, and creek cleaning activities will take place from 9 a.m. till noon. Volunteers will assist with cleanup in assigned sections of the creek or the Salinas River under the direction of a team leader. And volunteers should be sure to bring their own work gloves, sturdy closed-toe shoes or work boots, a small backpack to carry a bottle of water, snacks, water, and refreshments will be provided. It's also very helpful if volunteers who are available to haul debris to the yard can come with their own trucks or trailers. And for more information, or if you're interested in being a team leader, please contact our Public Works Department at 805-470-3148. Okay, I'm going to do a little plug too. If you can't make this Saturday, but you're interested in litter pickup here in the city of Atascadero, please also call that same number. We will help provide you with vest and pickup and all of that thing. It's also on our website. We have a volunteer litter removal on the city of Atascadero website. So these events are critical to keeping our community clean, and we would love people to volunteer. And finally, on Saturday, it's National Red Panda Day at the Charles Paddock Zoo. So on Saturday, September 17th from 10 a.m. until noon, the zoo will be sharing fun facts about red pandas, along with interactive games, coloring, and drawing activities at the event. Plus, you get to go look at our red pandas, who are just adorable. Plan to attend a zookeeper talk at 11 a.m. where you can learn more about these extraordinary animals. And this event is fun for all ages. All activities are free with the zoo admission, so no extra cost once you get in the zoo. Get to see the red pandas, all sorts of great animals. Come check out the zoo if you haven't been there in a while. There's a lot of changes and cool things going on. And in general, for more information on events in the city of Atascadero, go to visitatascadero.com. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rickard. Any questions from council members?
I don't have a
Councilmember
question,
Davis.
but I would like to piggyback on the cornhole tournament coming up Saturday. My Kiwanis friends will be cooking burgers that day, and yours truly will be at the grill. So please come out and at least get a burger. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we are, after creek cleanup, there's a lot going on Saturday. Creek cleanup, pandas, cornhole, Dancing with Our Stars. Oh. Remember, there was a day when we said there was nothing to do in Atascadero. It's been a while since we could say that. All right, we are on to community forum. This is the portion of our meeting reserved for persons who are wishing to address the council on any matter that is within our jurisdiction, but that is not on our agenda this evening. Speakers, please feel free if you're on the webinar to raise your hand, let us know on the phone, or to come up to the podium here. You'll have 3 minutes, and we would ask that you state your name for the record. We've set aside a total time of 30 minutes for community forum. When you do speak, again, your name, and know that anything brought up tonight won't become a major topic of discussion this evening. So with that, welcome to our first member of the public.
Madam Mayor, Council, and staff, Jim Wilkins with the Atascadero Historical Society. I'm the president and the curator of the museums. I'd like to tell you a couple things we've been working on. We've been busy with our memory walks, which are some pathways with bricks, but the neat part of it is the cedar trees that were removed here around City Hall, we had turned into lumber. And there's two of them over at the Colony House, and there's two of them up at the Heritage Center. So if you stroll over there, you can see those. And they're kind of wrapped with some metal vines. We haven't quite got them all wrapped, but they're getting there. We're selling bricks for $125 for past, present, future, and businesses. Any loved ones, any memories. And you can get them online, atascaderohistoricalsociety.org or the chamber. And there's 4 different locations. The second thing is, as Rochelle said, is we will be operating tours this weekend here. And it's Smithsonian's National Museum Day. We're going to have a new exhibit we just put in last Wednesday. And it's the printing equipment from the Atascadero News that they donated to us about 7-8 years ago. So it was a bit of a challenge getting it in there, but we got it in there, and hopefully we didn't make too much noise. And the Colony House will also be open from 9 to 12. So we'll have both buildings open for Museum Day. And you'll have to excuse me because I have to get back to making signs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, Jeff Hoslin, resident here in Atascadero. Couple of things. One, I'd like to also say that there is a new restaurant in town on Morrow Road. It's 7905 Morrow Road. They replaced AJ's that retired. It's called Malo's Kitchen. They are open, I believe, Tuesday through Sunday, I think they're closed on Monday, and I believe they're open till 8 p.m., starting at 6 a.m. So they serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're pretty good. If you haven't been there yet, try it out. Piggybacking on what Mark said, that Mark's a little limited tonight on Kiwanis. They're also doing a lot of the setup with the other group for the cornhole tournament. I happen to go to Kiwanis and see what's going on. The other thing, we were talking about litter removal. Kiwanis, I believe, just painted the bridges to get rid of the graffiti. I know they had to postpone it because with the hot temperature, they were afraid putting paint underneath the bridges would instantly dry and not be able to get it on. But I believe the graffiti has been removed, which is a long time coming. So thanks to our friends at Kiwanis, and I guess we'll take a little stab at you folks from Rotary. On another note, if you've noticed, we have some construction projects going on in town, quite a few of them. My suggestion to council and the city staff is that we change a couple of things. The delineators that are in the road when a sidewalk is being repaired or torn up, I would like to suggest that they are double based, because I am just fed up with seeing the wind blow when they tie them together with caution tape and they end up all over the road. We just saw it down at Del Rio. We just saw it just past my shop. It's been happening there for about a year and a half, 2 years now, with those tiny homes being built. And I think that's a way that we can eliminate these things being knocked over all the time and in the middle of the road. Just a suggestion, and I hope we can consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will look over to the webinar now. All right, and I see Ms. Wendy Lewis in the queue with her hand raised. If we could bring Ms. Lewis on.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This is Wendy Lewis with El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. I just wanted to update the community on a few things happening with our organization and some big events. One, I want to thank the Zappas family for including ECHO in the wonderful grand opening of the Plaza project. They partnered with us to raise funds for our organization to help the unhoused within our community. And with the community support that evening and the wonderful turnout, we raised $5,000. So huge thank you to them and the community. The second thing I want to update is we have one of our flagship events coming up Saturday, the 24th. It's our Long Walk Home fundraiser, and it's one of our huge events that helps support the work we do. Will take place physically at ECHO Atascadero. The community comes together with a march through the under the bridge and through the sunken gardens, and up on the Rotunda building. We take a beautiful picture with all the supporters each year, from groups like Kiwanis to businesses like Solar Ponics and Pacific Western Bank. We march back and we have a wonderful barbecue that with tickets, each ticket holder gets a barbecue. So people can find out info at echoshelter.org. Registration is at 9:30. The walk is at 10. The barbecue is at 11 o'clock. We're still looking for some volunteers and fun components this year. The Atascadero drumline will be kicking us off, and the march, and we'll also have program booths. So Camp Ocean Pines will be out with some of their animals. We'll have an arts and crafts area for kids, and we're also looking for gently used casual shoes for people to bring those kind of to support not only financially through registering, but then also bringing an item that we will put to good use. So it's a wonderful event. Funds raised really help us do the work we're committed to doing for the community. To give you an example of what the funds raised goes to, it goes to our sheltering programs, but really all about helping us support people on their journey back into housing. And just today, I had the pleasure of one of our Atascadero shelter guests who's unfortunately been dealing with some major medical conditions with dealing with cancer. She came up and she was just so elated that she was able to finally find housing with the support of Echo, and she will be moving in her new place in a few weeks. And that's just one of many, many stories that the work at Echo helps accomplish with the support of the community. So thank you for the time this evening. We look forward to seeing everybody out and Long Walk Home September 24th. And I know a lot of the council will be joining us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. And I will look to the webinar. I'm not seeing anyone else. If there's anyone who does wish to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand right now. If you're on the phone, let Luke know. We are about to close public comment unless you raise your hand now. All right, go ahead and close community forum. Bring it back since we have no one else wishing to speak at this time. All right. This is the second time this has happened. All right, Zach, come on down. We will reopen public comment. And Zach.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. I was trying to get my AirPods in and I was fumbling with them.
No.
Good evening.
No
my
worries.
name's Zach Jackson, president of the Atascadero Professional Firefighters. I just wanted to thank city council and city staff for your continuous support, especially as we celebrate our 100th anniversary. Second, I just want to invite any past Atascadero firefighter, whether you were full-time or part-time, to join us in the Colony Days Parade, October 1st. For more information, just reach out to any of your current full-time firefighters or contact our administrative assistant at the fire station. And that was all I have. So thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much. And yes, it was great to be at that 100-year anniversary. I think all of council was there, and it was we thoroughly enjoyed celebrating with you. All right, so anybody else wishing to speak, please go ahead and raise the hand now. Luke, anyone on the phone? Anyone here? All right, I'm seeing no one, so we will go ahead and again close public comment. Since we have no one at this time wishing to speak, community forum will stay open until 6:48 p.m. And so at this time, we'll move on to our next item. And if there is someone that would like to speak before then, go ahead and raise your hand and let us know, or if you're on the phone, if you're here in person, and we will get to you at the earliest possible opportunity, but we are going to move on to our next item. And with that, we're moving on to a public hearing, few public hearings on the first one on accessory dwelling unit text amendments. And I need to turn this over for a moment to Councilmember Darris.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, with my background, my business is an architect. I do a number of ADUs over the years and probably will do some in the future. Have one currently possibly on the books, but I haven't signed the contract. But either way, this is something I could potentially benefit from financially. So as a result, in all fairness, I need to recuse myself for any possible conflict of interest.
Thank you. And this will apply also to the second public hearing?
Is it for both of them? I believe it is, right?
The answer is yes.
Yeah. Can we go
Okay.
ahead and just make that announcement now so we don't have to go get him and bring him back and then do it again?
I think we just did. make
Okay,
that
perfect. I
announcement.
wanted to make sure we satisfied checked all the
We
boxes.
did
All right.
check the box.
So I will leave the room and leave the discussions up to you. Good
Right.
luck to you.
Well,
you.
we will miss you and your expertise, but we understand the law. We will wait, we'll wait for Council Member Darris to leave the premises or leave the premises. That sounds a little extreme, but to leave the room prior to continuing. All right, I've been told I should stop laughing now. We have so much fun here at City Council. Yes, yes. Charles tells me I have to play a serious role tonight. No, we are on to actually some exciting topics, serious topics, but also some exciting ones here. So as I said, our first public hearing on accessory dwelling unit text amendments, and I will hand this over to our Community Services Director, Phil Dunsmore, and Senior Planner, Kelly Gleason.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. And yes, it's been over a year since staff and the Planning Commission have been working on a series of ordinances to bring to you tonight. And I'll call them complementary ordinances that cover both accessory dwelling units and the most recent Senate bill, which is Senate Bill 9, which covers a different type of accessory dwelling unit and also these things called urban lot splits. Now, the first topic we're going to present to you tonight is solely on the accessory dwelling unit portion. And then separately, after taking action or motions on this, we'll move into the Senate Bill 9 portion and do a separate presentation and report on that. Although you'll see that there's some interrelated topics that combine both these updates. And we also have other ordinance updates that are related to these that we'll be discussing as well. So first of all, we'll let you know that August 2nd of this year, the Planning Commission did have a look at these updates. Tonight's action, what we're going to focus on is what happened in January 1st, 2020, when the state adopted these changes to the government code. It's going to result in us completely repealing and replacing right what we have in our code right now, which is a section called secondary dwelling units, which is Chapter 5 of Title 9. And then a series of other municipal code amendments that are proposed for consistency. Now, our senior planner, Kelly Gleason, has intimate knowledge of these code amendments. So I'm going to have her do the nuts and bolts of the presentation, and I'm going to weigh in on certain topics because there's a lot of things here that are very confusing, and staff is confused, just like I'm sure the public is, just like I'm sure council is. And so there's a lot of deciphering here on which way we can go. And we're going to try and help everyone through that process tonight. But it should be a good discussion. So what's the next slide that we've got here? Oh yeah, so I'll just go over this and I'm going to hand it over to Kelly. At the Planning Commission, there's a couple things to note. They did recommend that the council adopt the ordinances as we have here tonight with a couple of changes. And primarily the significant change there was about lot sizes on properties that are in our rural zones that are not served by our public sewer system. And they wanted the flexibility under certain scenarios, if lots can meet certain criteria, to actually be eligible for the consideration of an accessory dwelling unit when they're as small as a half an acre. The original staff recommendation was at 3/4 of an acre, still subject to certain criteria of larger lots around them and being able to meet the requirements of our local area management plan at that 0.75. And that's the recommendation that staff is going to be bringing to your city council, even though that's a little different than the Planning Commission's recommendation. So we'll note that distinction up front. And then we can discuss some further details a little later on as we get into the nuts and bolts of this. Now I'm going to hand it over to Kelly, and she's going to give you some of the details about what ADUs are and what's on the menu for tonight and what we're going to basically interpret state law to be locally here in Atascadero.
Thank you, Phil, and good evening, everybody. So secondary dwelling units, junior ADUs, accessory dwelling units, there's a number of ways that those can be placed onto a property. Just as a little bit of background, they can use existing space and be converted from existing space, which is the requirement of a junior ADU. They can be attached to an existing residence, or they can be detached from an existing residence. So there's a lot of options to look at on a property. ADUs are considered affordable housing by the state. Part of the adoption of the state law was related to not only increasing housing opportunities, but specifically increasing housing opportunities at affordable levels. So the city does get to count accessory dwelling units towards our RENA numbers. Currently, we have a county study that allows us to count 50% of those meeting the low income requirement and 50% meeting the moderate income requirement. And the county, I believe, is trying to spearhead an additional study that hopefully will bring more units into the low income category. As part of our RENA, we looked at, we had 225 projected ADUs over the 8-year cycle to help meet our low income and moderate income requirements. So in terms of both accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, a couple sort of overview items. A single family site can have both an ADU and a junior ADU if it can meet certain standards. ADUs and junior ADUs are allowed in conjunction with a legal primary dwelling unit. So that will include some SB 9 units that we'll talk about in the next presentation. And an area of distinction between accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units and urban dwelling units is that accessory dwelling units are allowed in multifamily and mixed use zoning designations. Any place that allows residential in the multifamily component. There are some impact fee reductions as well for units that are 749 square feet or less. We addressed those a little bit earlier with our fee schedule a few months ago. In terms of CCNRs, there's a lot of planned developments out there that have CCNRs recorded against them. And what state law says is that the CCNRs cannot prohibit ADUs or JADUs in the single family zoning district. And so we do have to allow those even within our planned developments that are single family planned developments. State law is also very specific about short-term rentals. They recognize accessory dwelling units, JADUs, and UDUs as affordable housing for long-term renters. And so specifically in state law, they prohibit short-term rentals of any ADUs that are constructed within that law. And as mentioned before, ADUs and JADUs do satisfy affordable housing requirements for moderate and low. It was part of the state law for the creation of affordable housing. So in terms of the state law, the state lays out a couple of parameters for cities to adopt regulations for accessory dwelling units and JADUs. We can only limit location based on health and safety. We cannot have any other sort of location-specific requirements applied to ADUs and JADUs. There are owner occupancy requirements for JADUs. We used to be able to apply those to accessory dwelling units. Our existing code does not do that, but it was an option. And the current code takes that option away for accessory dwelling units, but does allow us to leave it there for junior accessory dwelling units. The state law establishes some minimum size requirements that we have to adhere to. It's 850 for a 1-bedroom and 1,000 for more than 1 bedroom. And so our current code that we're proposing does comply with that. We also cannot require replacement parking if a garage is converted or parking spaces are taken up for the construction of the accessory dwelling units. And it also includes some streamlined agency review timelines, which we do currently meet in our building department through that process. And again, they are used to satisfy our RENA requirements. Oh, I went the wrong way. I don't know if I can go back. So our current code changes. Our current code allows ADUs up to 1,200 square feet anywhere that ADUs are currently allowed. Our proposed code is looking to reduce that to 1,000 square feet on most residential properties. We have a lot of smaller residential properties, and now that they can be applied to multifamily and mixed use properties, we are looking at a smaller size to meet affordability requirements. We're still potentially allowing 1,200 square feet in the proposed code if you have an acre or more and meet certain development standards, but most of our properties would be that 1,000 square feet maximum proposed. And this reduced size does align with state goals for affordability. It's also addressed with some general plan policies. Our general plan was done in 2002 before we even considered accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and definitely before we considered urban dwelling units. And so some of those policies relate to neighborhood character and assumed a certain level of infrastructure and service to provide that we would provide towards those residential neighborhoods, and adding up to potentially 4 units per property. We kind of need to make some adjustments to make sure that we're still maintaining our general plan goals and not exceeding some of our infrastructure that we have existing. We're also able to apply objective design standards to some ADUs and JADUs. There's a certain segment of ADUs in state law that we have to allow with certain setbacks if they meet certain height requirements and size requirements. But we can, for other ADUs, have some objective design standards that speak to placement on a lot. Specifically, we have some standards that can apply to setbacks, multifamily zones, and our mixed-use designations to ensure compatibility. Some additional code proposed changes is maintaining that minimum lot size for ADUs. We did do a new septic analysis to kind of determine impacts of ADUs on septic systems on existing properties. That study did result in the determination that you really need about a ½ acre per residential unit to avoid nitrogen overloading in certain areas and maintain water quality, our underground water quality. And so we do have those restrictions built into the proposed code text amendments for ADUs. What our proposed code does allow for, however, are junior ADUs, regardless of property size, providing that they can comply with our local area management plan, which speaks to a septic system design and analysis. And so junior ADUs, as we'll get to, are very limited size structures. They can only be built in existing residential units. And so they're kind of like a master bedroom addition or something of that nature. And so we do feel that the LAMP is sufficient to cover those impacts and requirements. We also did add some restrictions for areas that don't meet fire code for secondary access, which is a huge health and safety concern in some of our West Side neighborhoods. So in terms of ADU unit size, again, we can have an attached ADU or a detached ADU. Our standards include some restrictions as allowed by state law for an attached ADU not to exceed 50% the size of the principal residence, or we have to allow up to sort of 1,000 square feet. So whichever comes in for that. If you have a very, very small house, of course, we would want to allow you to build an ADU attached that does comply with state law. For a detached ADU, again, we have that 1,000 square foot for most residential properties, but 1,200 square feet if they have a minimum acre, if they increase some side and rear setbacks to 10 feet, and if they have additional setbacks for any upper level. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the upper level has to be smaller than the lower level. You could choose to set back the entire structure a full 13 feet and do a flat wall kind of plane. But it does sort of acknowledge that the higher we go with our structures in our rural areas, the more they may need to be set back to meet neighborhood character. So there's was kind of a difference between the Planning Commission recommendation and a revised staff recommendation that was not brought forward to Planning Commission. So in the Planning Commission recommendation, there is standards that are basically limited to the front setback being greater than the primary unit and then no greater than 50% the size of the primary unit. The revised staff recommendation are those increased setbacks that we just talked about and the increased upper floor setback that we talked about. So a little bit different between Planning Commission's recommendation and staff's revision. So for junior accessory dwelling units, again, those are limited in size to 500 square feet per state law, and they do have to be a conversion of existing space in a primary unit. And existing is defined as January 1st, 2020, when that law went into effect. So somebody can't do a 5,000 square foot addition to their house and then include a junior ADU in that. It is really meant to be a conversion of existing space. Unconditioned space attached to accessory dwelling units. We currently have a code that allows 500 square feet for an attached garage to an ADU. And then we have an exception process that allows people to go larger. And in many cases, we do see people going larger with their garages. And so we have a 1,200 square foot ADU with an attached 1,200 square foot garage. And that seems a little bit out of character and sort of creates a massive structure. So what the new code proposes is a maximum of 250 square feet, which is about a 1-car garage. And then we have some allowances for a larger 2-car garage if the ADU is entirely above or below that garage space to sort of create that traditional carriage house with a second unit above. And go ahead.
Oh, just keep in mind too, that this is all for attached. If someone has a detached garage, there's no limit on the size, and detached might mean it's 3 feet away from the ADU. So that's an important distinction here. We're not limiting the size of one's garage, just limiting the size of attached space that's actually on an ADU.
And it's, yeah, important to note that with a detached garage, we are limited to the 2 accessory structures, but that helps us maintain some level of neighborhood character and having structures be accessory to the primary unit. So in terms of building setbacks, the state law does allow ADUs to be set back a little bit closer to property lines than normal city codes would generally relate to. So state law says they can be set back 4 feet from side or rear property lines if they're 16 feet in height or less. Now, just be aware that the building code will require some different wall construction if they're at 4 feet, and will require that they not have any openings in that. So a lot of people do choose to do 5 feet, especially with our lot sizes as large as they are in Atascadero, but the state does allow for that reduced setback for structures less than 16 feet in height. The street yard will remain at 25 feet per our code. And we had to make kind of a couple changes to some of our definitions and standards in our code to be consistent with state law. So currently a corner yard is defined as a side yard, but that would allow people to build structures 4 feet from that property line per state law. We have a lot of instances where that not only creates an aesthetic issue, but also creates a safety issue in terms of sight distance. And so we did modify the code to define a corner side as just a corner street to allow us to maintain that 10-foot setback. We also have some increased setbacks for 2-story units. As we discussed on the larger parcels, that is at the discretion of council, and increased setbacks for the larger units on the rural lots. So multifamily and mixed use standards. This is a little bit new with the state's ADU law. They do allow ADUs in multifamily and mixed use developments. So what people are able to do with multifamily development is take 25% of the existing numbers of units and create that many ADUs out of existing non-habitable space. So these would be garages, hallways, recreation rooms, things like that. If you have those existing in your multifamily development, you can convert those to a ratio of 25% of your existing units. You can also add, per our proposed code, 1 brand new ADU. So that would either be detached, or you could do an addition to an existing structure to allow that. What our current code also says is that we're not really going to allow ADUs on multifamily properties until they have built out to their maximum base density. So we have a lot of underutilized multifamily properties in Atascadero that have not achieved maximum density. And what we're trying to avoid is people using ADU law to circumvent our state density minimum requirements and some of our fee payment requirements for those additional units. Again, we cannot require replacement parking for garage or carport conversions per state law. So this will put a little bit of a strain on some of our multifamily projects. And so, you know, we're hopeful that we'll still be able to provide a reasonable amount of parking to make those projects work, but we cannot require additional parking per state law. We can require additional parking for the accessory dwelling units. So that's 1 per unit. We just can't require them to replace any parking that they use for conversion. And then we added a new definition for mixed use development to ensure that there is a knowledge that the mixed use development by its nature is commercial on the ground floor and residential above, so that some of our commercial properties don't turn into straight multifamily residential properties, which is not the way that our zoning is intended. So we also have a lot of planned developments in Atascadero, both in our single family zones and our multifamily zones. These result in a lot of small lot single family subdivisions. ADUs are allowed in those subdivisions, but what our proposed code needed to address was, how do we determine if we apply multifamily standards or single family standards? And so what we chose to do through our definitions is use density as a tool to do that. So if you're at less than 10 units per acre, so one of our what would look like a traditional small lot single family subdivision, even if you're in multifamily, that would be treated as a single family property. And then if you're at 10 units per acre or greater, like an attached townhome scenario, but where you do own the physical dirt underneath, that would be treated as a multifamily project as a whole. So that kind of allows us to differentiate and understand some of the limitations in lot size for some of those small lot subdivisions. So again, the state law, one of their new items is that CCNRs cannot prohibit ADUs in single-family zoning districts. Again, we do have a lot of planned developments where we have CCNRs in our multifamily zoning districts, and those CCNRs would still be allowed to be enforced. The city does not necessarily enforce those. Those are enforced at a private level by all of those owners associations, but those regulations can still exist in multifamily zones. So state law also allows standards based on health and safety, which we touched on before. One of our areas of concern is water quality for areas on septic, and then fire access for its second way out. So a little bit more information about that. This current city code mandates 1 acre net on sites not served by sewer. The government code says we can't regulate lot size unless it's related to this health and safety issue. We did do a revised analysis from the last time we did our ADU code in 2006, and that analysis came back with 1 acre gross as the minimum lot size. So it used a similar methodology. We did explore some alternative methodologies to see if there was a different way of looking at it. This really is sort of the tried and true method to determine nitrogen overconcentration possibilities and water quality. But the new proposed code does allow that gross acre instead of net acre to be used in the calculation. I believe when we brought this back to the council before, there were some requests to look at some potential flexibility for some of those parcels on the west side that may be smaller than 1 acre, but are surrounded by much larger properties, and what that could look like in terms of some flexibility or exceptions. So staff did include in the proposed code that we could take properties that were 3/4 of an acre and do an analysis of all properties within a 1/4 mile of that parcel to determine the overall unit density and see if we were still at that 1/2 acre per unit. And in those cases, we might be able to approve an ADU in that location if they were able to meet the requirements of the LAMP. Planning Commission did recommend that we allow that analysis to happen for parcels down to 1/2 acre that are surrounded by larger parcels. We do have some concerns about that. We think it might create a potential to lead to a false sense of the city's ability to approve something. And we know that when people start that process and start hiring engineers and going into a full analysis, taking staff time and taking some consultant time, we're concerned that if the answer is no, or they can't move forward, then they've spent a substantial amount of money to get to the point where they can't move forward. So staff is recommending tonight that we maintain the 3/4 of an acre exception. We also added in a pre-treatment septic system option. So any of those smaller lots that can't meet the standards for the exception in the analysis of properties within that 1/4 mile could install a system that includes pre-treatment. So in our LAMP, those are basically systems that almost have an outflow of pure water. And so there's not that nitrogen loading concentration concern. And so that also is written into our proposed analysis. So any parcel that can't comply with the size requirements could install a pre-treatment system to support an ADU. So in terms of our fire hazards and secondary access, the state law does prohibit us from just saying no to ADUs, even in our high and very high fire severity zones. So the state law basically says that is mitigated already by the building code, which requires some additional construction in those high fire severity zones and pre-mitigates for any additional structures in high fire areas. But what the state law doesn't address, and what Atascadero has some situations of, are areas that don't meet fire code for secondary access. So in the state fire code, there's kind of a table that you use to determine the maximum length of a dead end road. And when that's exceeded, it is no longer safe for houses to continue to be located on a dead end road, and there does need to be a secondary way out. Obviously, we were subdivided in 1913, so we didn't get to plan appropriately for all our secondary access points, and some of our roads are still paper roads and not constructed yet. So on the map on the screen, all of those bluish parcels are ones where we can't meet secondary access, and the road exceeds the length of the maximum length of a dead end road per state fire code. So we can see there's a couple areas on the west side that fit into that category. Of course, people could build paper roads that maybe aren't built and create that secondary access, or look for some emergency accesses that could be easements that could be dedicated. But in general, some of these parcels are just not able to accommodate additional density for a full accessory dwelling unit. So I mentioned impact fee exemptions before. The state law does require that we exempt units 749 or less from impact fees. We did take action on this last year and adopted a fee schedule for accessory dwelling units that included the proportionate fees for ADUs over 750 and also the exemption for units 749 square feet or less. And this was the resulting fee schedule that's here for reference if we need it. So just a summary of how the updates are structured. We are repealing and replacing Chapter 5 of Title 9, which relates to accessory dwelling units. We're also making amendments to Title 9, Chapter 3, Article 5, that includes new land use definitions for common interest development, mixed use development, setback term clarification. And I did want to note that our previous accessory dwelling unit code section, Chapter 5, included that allowance for art studios, pool houses, detached offices to not be considered accessory dwelling units, not be charged those fees, not be required to put kitchens in, but that would give properties an option to have a very small detached structure that could be heated and cooled. It wouldn't necessarily have a shower, but it could have restroom facilities. And we wanted to make sure that we maintain that option because we do have a lot of people use those structures. They come with a deed restriction. There is knowledge of property owners current and into the future that those cannot be residential units. And so we did move those existing standards as they were over to our accessory structure code section. And so those still do exist and still will be able to be utilized by people. We also looked at our general definitions as opposed to some of our land use definitions in Title 9, Chapter 9. So this again was the accessory structure section and just a lot of consistency for residential multifamily definitions, primary streets, recreational vehicle. I know we get a lot of questions about tiny homes, quote unquote, being used as ADUs. And there's a couple definitions of tiny homes. Some of those that have a vehicle tag are considered recreational vehicles, RVs, and those do not meet state code requirements for residential occupancy, but there are ways to build very small structures to meet those code requirements, and that's what would be allowed. We also added some definitions for residential additions to clarify what's an ADU, what's a junior ADU, and what's just an addition, and made sure our vacation rental definition was up to date. There are a couple of sort of cleanup items and clarifications. It was a lot of code text amendments, and so we found a couple typos in there. So on the corner street setback, we just had primary street in there erroneously and needed to delete that out from the definition. There was also a code section talking about side setbacks that changed the side setback from 5 feet to 3 feet. That was done for consistency with another code section, our accessory structure code section, that does allow those accessory structures at 3 feet. We've decided that we will likely address this through a future code text amendment with our annual code updates. And so we would just like that to revert back to the 5 feet for now. There's also this very confusing section that we toiled over quite a bit about how many units you can actually put on a property and how many you can put on a property if you do an urban lot split, and if those can be ADUs or what those units can be. And so we think there needs to just be a little tweaking to one of those words to make that truly make sense. And so that's that third bullet item right there. And then, of course, on vacation rentals, somehow we put 30 days or more. And of course, we mean 30 days or less. So that is a minor modification that we need there. So the recommendation is to take the two actions in front of you this evening, which are introducing an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 5 of Title 9 for accessory dwelling units. We did have those staff recommended changes for larger units on larger lots. And then we are asking council to weigh in on the 3/4 acre or 1/2 acre for the exemption for parcels on septic. And of course, we had those changes on the previous slide. And then also introduce for first reading an ordinance that would amend Title IX for consistency with the ADU code changes. And that does conclude our lengthy and technical heavy presentation.
I don't think they'll have any questions.
A lot. You were so thorough. Yeah, we might not. No. Very thorough. Thank you. And before we start with questions, I will ask council for any ex parte. So I'll start with Councilman Corbo.
Yes, I received emails that I think all of you received from Dennis Schmidt, Steve Wrights, and Kelly Shetler. I also had gotten a phone call from Kelly Shetler, who's with Manufactured Home Sales in Paso Robles, and spoke with her a little bit about this.
I'll say I got those same emails and phone calls. I also just had brief conversations with some residents who, have concerns or questions, and one resident who did have an ADU built next to him rather close to the property line and is concerned about that moving forward.
I too have been receiving emails, had a few conversations, brief in regards to ADUs, been hearing discussion at Design Review Committee.
And I've received the same emails and communications, have other discussions, have been part of discussions of Design Review Committee about that, and also on the steering committee of the countywide strategic plan on homelessness, because ADUs are one of the particular areas where the community can take action to expand the lower income housing supply.
You. So that's us letting you know what conversations we've had outside of this public meeting.
Oh, and Madam Mayor, sorry.
Yes.
And I reached out to Planning Commissioner Van Dyke with a question.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will look to council members who have questions for staff. Mayor Pro Tem Newsom, followed by Councilmember Funk.
You were very thorough in your presentation, and you started to answer one of the questions that I had, but I didn't write down the answer quick enough. Looking at existing detached structures. So some of our property owners have detached garages. You were talking about, I don't know if those are required to have the additional setbacks, how those work if they choose to convert that to a ADU.
Sure. So state law for existing structures actually says that any setback requirements would potentially be waived for those. So there are still some building code requirements that need to be met in terms of fire rating for walls that might be closer than 5 feet to a property line. But if somebody is willing to do that, there is technically no setback requirement if a structure is either converted in the existing a detached accessory structure or built in the same location as an existing detached accessory structure. We do still have the size limitations. And so if the structure is larger than the maximum size allowed, a portion of the structure would need to remain as a garage or storage or non-habitable space, but they can take place anywhere within that existing structure.
Excuse me, if it's a single story, are they limited to any windows on the adjoining property line? Or is that only when they become a 2-story?
So that would apply to either a single story or a 2-story. If you've got openings that are too close to a property line, and building code is going to regulate that in terms of making that a fireproof or fire rated structure.
Even though they're an approved existing structure?
A lot of accessory structures may have been built prior to the codes recognizing the fire separations that are required by today's modern codes. So a conversion of that structure to another use would trigger those code amendments to make it comply with the current building code in terms of it having its fire rating and separation from a property line.
Okay, so
And
they
I-
have to bring it up to today's code standard.
Yes, and I will add that non-habitable structures have a different requirement for openings and things like that than a residential structure. So residential structures are definitely a little bit more protected from a building code standpoint because there are people living and sleeping in them.
Sure. So if somebody's creating, changing a garage, they have different standards than what they originally were approved on. The accessory structures, you spoke to the point of pool houses, any non-habitable structures. Do those count towards the square footage to be able to add additional ADUs or JADUs? Like sheds and other constructed structures?
Yeah, maybe you can elaborate a little bit. You can convert any structure that you want to into an ADU, whether or not that's feasible for you to do or not with all the standards.
Sure. And
is
what's what?
definitely- Yeah,
Okay, how many structures can you actually have on a property?
got it. Right. So, so we can have our primary or principal dwelling unit. We can have a new urban dwelling unit, which we'll discuss later. We can have a detached ADU. And then we can have 2 detached accessory structures without asking for a conditional use permit.
So I can have 5 structures on one property?
Correct. Yes. And potentially more if they're less than 120 square feet as well.
So if I decide to do a lot split, I can have 10? I'm just
So
kidding.
yeah, you got to take one away because when you do the lot split, you can no longer have 3 units on each property, but gets close.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kelly. Wonderful presentation there, the complex topic. I have a number of questions and they're not in particular order because I wrote some of them down during the presentation and some of them are in my sticky notes. So we'll just kind of work through them. One question that came up, as people have contacted us about the size limitations on the ADUs. I'm interested as to how the range of what kinds of sizes of ADUs people are applying for now and how that has changed since this council enacted the implementing regulations waiving the fees for anything that's under 750 square feet.
There's definitely an incentive for folks to do the less than 750. We're seeing a few of those, but we're also seeing a few of the ones that are just maxed out, getting them as large as they can on their properties when they can fit those. So do you have a better caliber of how many we get of each? You see the plan checks too.
Yeah, I don't. Before the new state law with the fee exemption, most of our ADUs were 1,200 square feet. And after the state law went into effect, we see a lot more units that are 749 or less. So we are getting more and more smaller units. I think there's a lot of examples about how to efficiently design smaller units. People are doing detached garages or things like that if they're family members who need storage. So we are seeing a lot of the smaller units that are taking advantage of the state law.
One interesting fact was when we worked with all the other communities to do the stock plans that we're going to be releasing soon, we did find that we were asking for the largest stock plans out of any other community. We settled at 1,000 square foot, but all the other communities were just basically wanting these 500 and 700 maximum units. And it's because obviously the character of our lots here are different. You know, that will begin to affect our future studies as we try to, you know, keep these in these affordable categories. And that's one thing to keep in mind. The other portion of it is, you know, a lot of these units, you know, when we did our 2002 general plan, and this especially relates to SB 9, we just didn't anticipate this level of growth. And so it's a big thing to consider.
Okay. You mentioned that of course, we have the opportunity to make restrictions strictly for the purposes of health and safety. And you also mentioned that CCNRs are basically in the single family, but not multifamily developments are overridden to the extent to which they prohibit the addition of accessory dwelling structures. What about CCNRs where you've got properties with a lift station or other sewer capacity limitation as part of the reason to have a limitation on ADUs? I'm thinking in particular, you know, full disclosure, I live in the Lakes, and I know that development, which 150 homes or so, owns its lift station and has to maintain that. And certainly there would be questions about capacity of that lift station to handle ADUs. Where does that fall in the thing, or do you know?
That's one of many factors in infrastructure that we haven't been able to analyze. Road capacity, sewer capacity, lift station capacity, firefighting capacity. Yeah, it's one of these factors that as we move forward, we're going to start to see deficiencies in some of these pieces of infrastructure that are out there.
So when a city, we review a building permit for an accessory dwelling unit. If it's in one of those situations, part of our review is ensuring that there's capacity in the lift station, that the motors are sized properly to handle the volume that goes into that lift station. And so that's not, while the CCNRs may have been based on that, that's not, a direct CCNR prohibition, but that is something that the city will need to look at in approving a permit. Yes, we have to permit these ministerially, but that still means that they have to meet certain standards and requirements in order to be approved and permitted. So we would look at sewer capacity in those situations and ensure that there was enough. We probably wouldn't say, no, you can't do this, but we would say, if you want to do this, there's no longer capacity. And so the lift station will need to be upgraded to a certain degree.
Right. Okay. And so that would probably be a situation of a first come, first serve, where if the capacity can handle another, 20 more units or something, maybe then.
Yes, and it
No,
would,
first 20 people
behoove
wanna
some
get
of those developments maybe to look at what some upgrades might be to spread that cost, over everybody fairly within those associations. But from a city perspective, it would be first come, first serve.
Okay, thank you. That's a helpful clarification. Let me just also, while we're talking about CCNRs and how that works, we have planned communities, newer developments that don't have HOAs, homeowners associations, but instead are ones that we manage here through the city. And we have, every year we do this sort of thing in the spring. Apple Valley and Las Lomas are included in that. Are they eligible or not eligible for ADUs? And apologies, I should have asked that question to you in advance, and
Yeah.
it occurred to me in my notes here.
They're in single family zoning, just Apple Valley, Las Lomas, things like that. They're in the properties in the single family zoning district. There's a couple in multifamily in Las Lomas would be eligible for ADUs, but it would be a little bit more of a complex review process to determine what their capacity is and what that looks like. And at some point through our benefit assessment district review annually, if we're seeing a lot of ADUs, it might be brought up to them, to allow ADUs in this development, which we need to allow. There might need to be some upgrades. And do we want to address that as a whole development, or do we just want to build to our capacity and be done?
Okay, great. Thank you. You mentioned that moving on now to the issues of areas on the west side or anywhere where people are on septic. If that small properties would be able to do this with pre-treatment. Can you just give a ballpark cost of what, because I understand that those are pretty expensive systems. And so to help develop, understanding of expectations, what are we talking about? Range?
I have heard they are very expensive too, and maybe Nick can chime in.
Nick, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah. Good evening, Council. So Councilmember Funk, they're probably in the range, depending on what kind of pre-treatment system and what they're treating to, could go upwards of $40,000. So $25,000 to $40,000 is a pretty broad estimate I'd give.
Okay, thank you. That's a very useful ballpark.
Sure.
Okay. And then one of the questions in allowing, can the accommodating the planning commission's adjustments versus the staff's recommendations on the smallest lot sizes that might be able to accommodate this with septic. To what extent would, if this body adopted the planning commission's recommendations to allow anybody up down to half an acre to try to do something, if they could, and that requires some additional analysis, to what extent would that make it more difficult or not more difficult for the staff to be able to accommodate the timelines to process everybody else's requests on a timely basis per state law?
On one of these smaller lots, there is a substantial amount of time that we would have to spend on each one. As it is now, we do get calls almost every day on whether someone can do an ADU on their property or not. When we start getting into these smaller lots, it is upon the burden of staff to start doing this lot size analysis for the surrounding lots and give them some general direction in terms of what they can and can't do on their property. So that might be, an hour to 2 hours per request for doing that analysis. And in some cases, we may not be able to come up with a definitive answer, and there may be a lot of back and forth with that applicant. And we may ask the applicant to go and, seek the consulting of an engineer. They may spend some funding there. Then they may, get a little ways down the road and realize this isn't going to work. And it gets a little messy. It creates a little bit of obscurity. It creates a little bit of, sometimes you get a realtor saying, hey, the ordinance says maybe you can do it on the half acre. And then you get a disclosure issue that says you might be able to do an ADU, and someone buys a property on that whim. And it happens all the time like that now. And then they come to us and they've bought this property and they haven't even spoken to us. And they've already consulted with an architect and an engineer, and they come in and, oh, that's the concern, is this false hope. How far down the road do we get? And believe me, we are right now, as it is, our staff spends a tremendous amount of time on that. And it does impact our ability to do these other things, especially now as we're going to be down a planner for some time, as we're losing one this week and seeking another planner here shortly. So.
Okay, thank you. Ian, one of the things that you mentioned was the definition of recreational vehicle, which is part of this. And I was wondering, the existing definition, which I'll have to grab the page number on it, but the existing definition in the packet and what's being proposed here would define any tiny home on wheels as being a recreational vehicle, even the ones that are very clearly designed to be permanent residences. That you can move into a site and connect up with your sewer and your electric and all that. So I was wondering if we could, if there's a way to define those tiny homes on wheels that are intended for permanent habitation, and make them not, and have that be clean, have those are not recreational.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of the tiny home chats, and most all of those. There was one tiny home that was actually on a trailer down at the San Luis Obispo exhibition that was designed to Title 24 standards. I think he said it cost them an exorbitant amount of money to build not a very large unit. And it does take a semi truck to move that to a specific location. So just kind of not practical. The other ones that you see that look like they're designed for permanent residential habitation actually don't meet building code standards. They don't meet Title 24 standards. They don't meet egress standards. They don't meet fire separation standards between sleeping areas and things like that. So the state has not come up with a way to, similar to modular homes, to allow some level of what we currently think of as a tiny home to actually meet permanent residential standards. And a lot of the cities that are adopting tiny home standards related to ADUs have a time limitation on them. So they can only be used for 3 years because it's recognized that they are not legal permanent residential units. And so there might be a way we can take a look at that definition and see by the end of deliberation if we can tweak that to include something on wheels that maybe also meets building code requirements, but we really haven't seen any of those out there besides this custom built one.
And the difficulty with that is it is a lot of work to get into that deciphering of the difference between a tiny home on wheels and a 2RV And the communities that have successfully done that, they just haven't seen an eager implementation of that. They did that a couple of years ago in San Luis Obispo, and there's almost zero of those tiny homes existing down there now. You would think that they would proliferate and be in everyone's backyard, but no one's taken advantage of it because of the cost. They're extremely expensive. Unless you go for allowing a true RV, and that might work in a really urban community, but in a very rural community like Atascadero, that is going to lead us down a different pathway and could really lead us to a very challenging time with staff enforcing all different kinds of RVs being used as tiny homes. So it might take an entirely separate study session itself just to focus on that particular topic. If the council so desires, we can come back with that and talk about all those features. But for now, we had to decipher what an RV is so that we could clearly say that that wasn't the intent of this accessory dwelling unit ordinance. But if council desires, we can jump into that topic.
Okay. Thanks for the deeper fill in on that. Continue to be interested in finding ways to make that an option. Because there are some really nice units out there and that seem to work well. Is there one of the then one of the concerns that we addressed before when we talked about this before that I continue to have is this expectation of if the unit is above a certain height that you would have to sort of do the wedding cake structure where you if the ADU is over 16 feet and it is within 10 feet or less of the neighboring structure. I guess this is, can you go back to the exception, the slide on the exception for 1,200 square feet ADUs on properties of an acre or more with 10, there we go. Okay. So looking here, we have in a detached ADU, you have the this requirement for a 1 acre with a 1 acre minimum and the 10 foot setback that we have now, side and rear, that there would be a requirement for an additional 3 feet on any upper level. So you'd have, if you have the 10 feet, you have to wedding cake your structure, which people have pointed out does add some costs to the construction. And of course, it takes away a chunk of habitable cost. My understanding is that the basic objective there is to avoid, the creep factor of somebody, looking over into your yard, which we understand. But there are properties that aren't next to anything, a place where anybody's going to build, or because we have a lot of slope issues or whatever here, or there's somebody's septic field. And you're not going to creep out somebody's septic field if you're, hanging over it. So would it be possible to define some objective characteristics that would be exceptions to that, so that in situations where you don't have to wedding cake it if the property looks over, if the unit was going to be looking over a property that nobody's going to build on anyway.
Sure, we can do whatever we want in that scenario. So you could say that something, for example, that an additional 3 foot setback for any level, upper level, unless it can be determined that there would be no reasonable justification for the need for the upper level due to, the circumstances on the adjacent property. I mean, that's just off the top of my head, but I mean, you
Sure.
certainly could say something along those lines where
And
that
I
there
think
was
we'd have
no
to
purpose.
come up with slightly more objective standards than that. And I think one of the hard parts is, if you say, well, that's somebody's septic area, and so it doesn't matter, but then somebody says that's the main area where my children play, then it becomes an issue. And it's really hard to determine exactly how people utilize their property when they're not you and they're not the applicant and they're some unknown neighbor.
Yeah. Okay. I do have some suggestions I will fly out on that to see what folks think might be an option for there. And then the last thing I want to ask about here on this slide is that requirement that the attached ADU be no larger than 50% of the principal residence. So as I read this requirement and as it's detailed out in the packet, that really only affects people whose principal residence is under 2,000 square feet. Because everybody else is going to hit the 1,000 square foot minimum. But if you have a smaller principal residence already, and you want to do an ADU so that you effectively create a duplex where you have two equal sized units, this, as I understand it, this would prohibit that on a smaller dwelling because the unit would have to be 50% of the principal residence. You couldn't have two equal sized units, even if both of them were smaller.
Well, actually, the state says that no matter what, there's a minimum size they get to build, which is 800 for a 1 bedroom and 1,000 for a more than 1 bedroom. So that goes all out the window on those attached. Isn't that right? Isn't that how that works anyway? So they'd still get, if I had a 1,000 square foot house right now and I want to build an attached 1,000 square foot ADU, I can build a 2-bedroom ADU and it can be 1,000 square foot, even though it's 100% the size of my existing structure. I know it's confusing.
Okay, that's not how I read the language in the proposed ordinance. So as
Let's
we
read
get
through
to
that
that,
section again.
let's look at that section.
Yeah, let's focus on that. We want to make sure it's clear. So if it's confusing, then let's correct that.
Right. Okay.
Could
that'll do me for
could you point to the, I mean, I know we've got it here on the slide, but if we could all go to our staff report where that is in the ordinance.
I'll have to find which sticky it is. I have a fair number.
I believe it's page 180 and it's A1. Is that what we're talking about?
I'm sorry, what page
I'm sorry,
number?
page 80.
Oh, I was gonna say 180.
I
that's not
did
it.
say 180.
180 is
Page
in the-
80. I apologize.
Yes, okay. So that is in section 95.042 on page 80 in the section on maximum floor area. That the attached ADU shall have a maximum floor area of 50% of the existing or proposed primary dwelling unit or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. So that would mean that language would mean that if your primary dwelling unit is under 2,000 square feet, you can't have 1,000 square foot unit. You can only have half of what you have, and you can't build them up to be the same size.
But the next
So if
sentence
it's under
goes on
this-
to say that in no instance shall this section limit the size of an attached ADU to less than 850 square feet. So the state says you have to allow at least 850, or if it has more than 1 bedroom, it has to be allowed to be at least 1,000. I think we're missing that little piece from this.
So what is the purpose of having this requirement of 50% of the proposed dwelling unit if it only affects primary homes between 1,700 and 2,000 square feet?
Yeah, so it becomes a small, we're just double checking back at the state code. Yeah, it kind of becomes a smaller category.
Yeah, it seems like, why are we doing that?
Why are we even doing that?
That seems like a completely useless rec. Well, we'll come back to that in
All
comments.
permits
but-
submitted on Monday shall be limited to,
Yeah, right. Let's try to make this as simple and non-restrictive as we can without creeping people out and messing up the neighborhoods. Okay, that'll do me. Thank you.
Councilmember Bork.
Yes, thank you. That saved one question because I did not understand there being any purpose to that statement. It doesn't seem like it covers anything. So
circular.
yes, so thank you. Okay, I have numerous questions. I'm sorry. First of all, though, I want to understand, the next item we have on the agenda is under B2 is discussion of standards regarding SB 9 for urban dwelling units and urban lot splits. And I think this is the more, the item that people have heard of. They've heard of SB 9, but SB 9 was passed in 2021. The relevant law that we're making these changes to accommodate to was adopted in January of 2020, right? So, I mean, that's why this is a different discussion for any member of the public who thinks that this is about SB 9.
That's
This isn't
correct.
about- Okay,
It's clearly separate, although related.
right.
Like a
Related,
cousin.
but clearly separate. So what I want to understand overall here, because, we've gotten some letters of concern about, hey, why are you reducing the maximum allowable size of an ADU from 1,200 to 1,000? And what I want to understand as we go through this discussion in general is because of the state law, we're actually expanding some of the capabilities of people to do certain ADUs in certain circumstances. So there's actually an expansion of some rights in order to comply with the state ADU law. But what I want to understand is, where are we reducing people's rights to build an ADU? And specifically, where in the city of Atascadero, if I'm a property owner, are we proposing, if anywhere, to reduce the size of ADU I can build from 1,200 to 1,000?
I don't really see, it would be in very rare cases. And the cases where you'd be reducing anything, if you would be on a smaller site that's in an urbanized area. But in those smaller sites in those urbanized areas is where you're going to be also blessed with the benefits of SB 9, which means a total of 4 units on your property where you're originally able to build 1 unit. So you're actually being added several thousand square feet of additional residential dwelling space on a property that may have had 1. So what we're talking about here is allowing a larger ADU on these sites that might not be eligible for SB 9 because they're in this non-urbanized area out on the west side and they're a larger site. And then you can do a 1,200 square foot ADU in that scenario. So really, if you look at it, it's a balance.
Right. So I mean, where we currently allow a 1,200 square foot ADU is currently on sites over an acre. Is that correct?
We currently allow 1,200 square feet ADUs on any single family property that qualifies for an ADU.
Okay.
We used to have an ordinance that said it had to be over an acre if it's served by septic.
Or served by sewer.
Not served by sewer.
Right.
Had to be over an acre.
Okay. To be clear, our current allowance has been 1,200 anywhere where you have an acre or sewer.
Any single family property.
Okay, so in that sense, when we talk about saying 1,000, we are actually talking about affecting some property owners who were on less than an acre or are not sewered, or are let's say sewered, but we're only going to allow 1,000 square feet. So there are property owners, if we did this, who would be affected, that would no longer be able to do a 1,200 square foot that they could yesterday.
There might be a few, certainly.
Okay. I mean, have we done any analysis of that in terms of, are we talking a few under some unusual circumstances, or are we talking potentially hundreds of?
That ratio, that
properties?
analysis hasn't been done. The difference of property owners that would be able to do 1,200 compared to 1,000.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand then the basic premise of, reducing from 1,200 to 1,000. I mean, I would understand that if it was a matter of, okay, you could only do this in the past on an acre or with sewers, so therefore we're not really reducing that for many people. What's our basic premise here? Is it because because the requirements for septic systems are so stringent now under the Regional Water Quality Control Board and our local area management plan that very few people on less than an acre are gonna be able to make it work? Or what's our basic premise here?
The basic premise is the state has passed this accessory dwelling unit ordinance as a method to create affordable housing integrated into communities. And for us to be able to have these units qualify as that, they truly have to be affordable by design. Every couple of years, the state's going to ask us to come up with a survey, which is going to be done by the county for all of our communities, that basically tells what the rent is in these ADUs and averages that out. The larger we get, the more difficult it is to keep this 50% of these in this low income category. And therefore, we're going to have to produce affordable housing elsewhere somehow else. And all the other communities, when we got together, as I mentioned before, as we designed our stock plans, they all wanted them less than 1,000 square feet. So when we give out our stock plans here next month, our largest size is going to be 1,000 square feet as an incentive to try and get there. A 1,200 square foot house, it's a good size house, and you can fit 3 bedrooms nicely in that house. And you can do the same in 1,000. That's a solid house. And so is that house going to rent at a low income rate? Very unlikely. It's probably going to be above moderate, even if it's not an ownership. So there's the difficulty with doing that long term. And what this ordinance does, it still supplies an option to do that on certain properties where it's not going to create a neighborhood impact through its location on an adjacent property. And that's the other big factor is the larger the structure you go, the more it's going to change your neighbor's backyard. These houses are supposed to go in a backyard and supposed to be blended in with the neighborhood. And when we designed our original general plan, it was designed with this premise of elbow room, rural character, preservation of trees, views, hillsides, all those things in mind. And so as you build bigger and bigger structures and more of them, and we have 4 per property in a lot of scenarios, that becomes really challenging. And it's something we haven't analyzed the greater scope of. So that's where the premise comes from, but it's really based on affordability, and it's based on the magnitude of the amount of houses that we've had to be able to consume with these latest state changes to our.
Okay, so the primary motivation then is helping the city meet its affordable housing goals.
Yes.
And so I'm assuming that in the last several years, most people building an ADU in our city have opted towards the 1,200 square foot maximum as much as possible.
Prior to the exemption of the development impact fees that apply to less than 750, yes, that has been the primary. All of them were 1,200 square feet.
Right, and now some of them might be 749 in order to take advantage of that. So has that created, notwithstanding affordability from the kind of points we as a city get under the regional housing needs assessment arena, has that created any of the problems you described? In other words, have 1,200 square foot ADUs in people's backyards created problems?
Yes. We are getting complaints, very vocal complaints about larger units blocking the view shed, larger units being built close to someone's garden or backyard, blocking their solar access to their property. It's becoming more and more common. As ADUs are becoming more and more incentivized through the reduction of fees and through the stock plans and through all these other things that the state is doing, even passing out grants, we're seeing requests like we've never seen before. And it long-term, in the next 10 to 20 years, is going to dramatically change the landscape of residential neighborhoods. We haven't seen that in the past. We used to get a sprinkling of ADUs each year, but it's really picking up. It's dramatic. I mean, and there is a need for housing. There is a need for these units, and it's a good thing. And we're trying to incentivize it by the creation of stock plans and by other methods. But
okay,
there's a certain point. Yeah.
Right. And I certainly understand the stock plans, keeping that at 1,000. We're trying to help easy, quick development, save people money in developing more affordable housing. But and I'll get back to that affordability thing, but in terms of I asked about problems, and you see how it's creating problems. I do have a question about the height thing. And I understand that, the state in this law is, as you said, 16 feet. And, if a room has an 8-foot ceiling, you can't build a 2-story under 16 feet because you got to have a floor and a roof. And so 16 feet might be a very tall 1-story structure, but it's not going to be a 2-story livable structure. And we all got this email about a homeowner on Tranquilla with the picture of a new unit going in, looking, overlooking their backyard with a 5-foot setback. And I drove by and saw that, and I could understand their concern. But we can, if I understand all of this correctly, limit, we can limit stories, right? The state doesn't preclude us from limiting the number of stories that can go in on a 5-foot setback?
We probably can. We probably can limit stories. We can make greater setbacks as long as it's, over 16 foot. If it's less than 16 foot, the state says we have to allow that 4 foot. But once you get over that, you get into an area where you can do a greater setback or you can limit the height. The state, what they do is they caution us though that if we put in too many standards that are different than our regular single family standards, that we're going to start precluding the development of these ADUs. And then they're going to, when they review our code, which they have to do after we bless it, they might call us a hostile community and reject those changes. So I'm concerned about that.
Understand, do our single family, our primary residence standards, where I'm going to build a, 2,500 square foot house or something, what are the setbacks there? I mean, can we?
5 foot at the side and 10 foot at the rear and no height limit per setback. It's just basically your height limit's 30 foot and your side setback is 5 foot and your rear is 10. And that's it.
So I can build a 2-story primary house
with a vertical wall.
5 feet from, and so, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be fair to restrict the ADU more than a primary residence. I agree, but I didn't
Well, oftentimes
know.
ADUs are closer to a neighboring house than the primary house. And that's the thing that often happens. And that's why some cities do add a further setback or further restriction for the ADU.
Okay, because my concern is, if we had the ability, would be to limit second stories that close to neighboring, without limiting the overall square footage, but limiting the looks, the looking into the backyard.
And that's in our territory. We can do that.
All right. Although I will say, I mean, I go to the valley used to go to the Modesto a lot, and they build these giant 3,000 square foot houses with 5-foot setbacks, and they're all looking in each other's backyards. No way around it. Okay, so in terms of back to the affordability thing, you said in the slides that you're assuming we could have 225 ADUs built in over the next 8-year RENA cycle, which would be about 28 a year. And we get credit for 50% of those for low income and 50% for moderate. Now, right now, that would apply even if they're 1,200, right? But then further analysis might say you can't count those anymore?
Correct. So the state law says that they are able to be counted towards our RENA in terms of what our housing element allows us to do. So that's how we got up to that high 225 number, is because the state says you can use ADUs to meet your RENA requirement and show those as your potential low-income housing in the housing element. The housing element, I believe, does consider them all low, although I think the county study had come out at that time. What we have to do to actually count them when we report to the state is prove that by rent or sales or whatever we do for units, is that those fall into those affordable categories. So the county did a study to coincide with our regional housing element efforts. And that study did show countywide that we could count 50% of our ADUs towards low income and 50% towards moderate. There weren't a lot of responses to that survey because people get nervous when somebody comes knocking at your door saying, how much are you renting that unit for? And all of the, what's the square footage kind of thing. But we did end up at 50-50. So that's going to carry us through for 8 years. We can use that 50-50 ratio. SLOCOG is working on doing an updated study that they are trying to tie to square footage, because there's a lot of communities in our region that are building vastly smaller ADUs than some other areas, and they want to be able to count a higher percentage of their ADUs towards low-income housing.
Right, but based on that study, if we continued to allow 1,200 square foot ones, we would still be able to count 50-50 for the 8-year period. They're not going to come along halfway through and go, hey, new study, you can't count these anymore?
We're not entirely sure. Okay. That's what we're assuming, that we can use it for the full 8 years, but there's nothing that the state has said, yes, absolutely.
Okay, got it. On your slides, when you talked about, and you had the map there of one way in, one way out streets, and you identified some lots that might be potentially affected, and you referred to maximum distance. I wanted to make sure, because was asking the city manager questions this morning. She made reference to a number of houses. So is the standard for one way or, for properties that wouldn't be able to do this because of fire safety, is it a number of houses? Is it a distance, to another street that you can get out on? Or is it a combination? And if it's a number or if it's a distance, does that mean the first, let's say it's 500 feet or 1,000 feet or something? Does that mean the houses on the first 1,000 feet of the road can build an ADU and the ones beyond it can't? How's that work?
Yeah, let's start with the last question. Yes, the houses on the first 1,320 feet in our larger lot zone can build an ADU, and then the ones beyond that can't. In terms of the criteria for the dead end road, there were a couple different things that were happening at the same time. So, and Rochelle might be able to fill this in a little bit better. We were required by the state to do an analysis of neighborhoods that I don't think it was didn't meet fire code, but that didn't meet certain criteria and were in high fire areas. That referred to subdivisions of 30 lots or greater. And so we identified those parcels to include to some state reporting. I don't know if it was in our safety element or something based on that criteria that the state put out for their information and knowledge as they create policies going into the future. There is an existing fire code on the books that is part of state fire code law that has the maximum length of a dead end road. While that doesn't specifically tie to the number of units or lots off of that road, it does tie into density. So in our larger lot zone where we have not much density, that road can be 1,320 feet long before we need a secondary egress point. And in a lot of our other neighborhoods, honestly, because our lots are so large, it's 1,320 feet. When we get into smaller density lots, that maximum length of a dead end road shrinks a little bit because there's a higher number of population that would need to get out if there was an emergency. So the number of units or lots law is a slightly different place and lives for a different reason than the fire code that we're basing the ADU standards on.
Okay, so but the property owners identified kind of on this map, which is based on analysis either you or the fire department did, they would need to know that they are not a candidate for an ADU.
Yes, we've had some calls already from some of these areas and locations and have let them know. We have not done a specific mailing or outreach.
I understand. It'd be good to have this on the website. Like if you're considering building ADU and it looks like you're here, you probably can't do it. Okay, two last questions. One of this was sort of asked about the 250 square foot garage limitation, which would be a single car garage. But you can go up to 500 square feet with an administrative use permit, which can be done by the community development director. But then it has this language about if it's downstairs or upstairs, it can be 500 square feet. Why? I don't understand the difference and why we would do
And
that.
so the idea here is to encourage a smaller footprint on a property by building an ADU above a garage that's set back, or having the ADU below a garage if you're on a slope site, and have this smaller footprint situation. The other issue too is what we get a lot of is someone will build an accessory structure and they'll convert part of it to an ADU, another part of it's a pool house, another part of it's a workout room. And then you get this structure that gradually over time gets converted into a 2,000 square foot, 3,000 square foot house. And I can't tell you how many of those we've had. It's really difficult to control. And the intent here is to have these small affordable units with small storage. But the other thing here to know is there's nothing that precludes someone from doing a giant accessory structure that's 3 foot away, in other words, detached, right there on the same property. This is only when it's an integrated structure and trying to keep that integrated structure in conformance with what the objectives are here.
Right, but I mean, this limitation, would this apply to properties on acreage? Or is this applying to smaller properties where the size of the footprint would be more material?
This is everywhere. So the idea is you build an ADU. Does it need a giant 3-car garage? The idea is that the ADU is probably a smaller unit and some of the parking's uncovered, some of the parking's covered. they need some storage, and 250 is plenty of room for a car and storage. Or if they built it above it, then it's a full, area because you need that mass to support the structure above it or below it.
Right.
But then if they need a larger garage, they can also do one 3 feet away.
I mean, the reason this registers with me as an issue is because we built at the time, it was limited to 1,000 square feet. Before it became 1,200, we built an ADU in 2008-9. And it has like a 550 square foot garage, which being that large counted as one of my accessory, structures. But I mean, we're on 3 acres. So it's like that footprint, doesn't matter to the neighbors kind of thing. And so I'm concerned about us putting a 250 square foot limit on somebody who's on multiple acres. And I understand your explanation, especially about possible illegal conversions, but illegal
Councilmember
conversions are going to be an ongoing.
I think our city manager had some input there.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just did want to correct. I did tell several of you in our meetings that you could have a larger garage through an AUP process. That is incorrect with the proposed ordinance. You can do that now, but the proposed ordinance does take that away. So I did want to clarify, and I do apologize for the incorrect information that I gave you.
Oh, thank you, because that's even more restrictive to say you can't go to you and say, hey, I'd like a 500 because I got a lot of space, or I back up against I'm not looking at the neighbors or whatever. Okay, so that actually is more restrictive. Okay.
And keeping in mind, it was also done under the guise of SB 9 and thinking that there might be multiple other units on a property and keeping property development standards in check. And so that's where a lot of these concepts come from.
Right. Okay. I'm just concerned, we are a fairly unique city with our, very large lots in parts of town. And we have very few, standard rectangular lots in Atascadero. And so I'm concerned about us applying those kind of standards to everywhere. And speaking of that, my last question regarded mandatory laundry and storage. People used to have laundries or, washer and dryer in their garage, and the laundry room was considered a fancy luxury. Are we just saying that you have to have some sort of facility for a washing machine and a dryer, which makes sense? Or are we saying it's got to be interior to a structure?
Got to keep your clothes clean. We're looking for that one. I don't recall. Let's take a look at that. We'll come back to that in just a moment. On the
Yeah, I
laundry
mean, everybody
facilities.
loves the laundry room, but in the old days, you didn't have space. It was in the garage.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Those are my questions.
Let's see, with regards to the, 9 units or less per acre being considered single family. Do you want a moment to look that up, or do you want to?
That's right. We'll keep looking for that laundry
Okay.
thing. It might have been in the urban dwelling unit section, but we'll find it. I don't recall it. But anyway, go
Okay.
ahead. Sorry.
Not a problem. So my understanding from the staff report and from the report this evening is that 9 acres or less per acre, we're treating that as single family, meaning each home, each current UDU can have an ADU and a JADU for that matter.
Yes, that is correct.
And then the minute you hit 10, we're treating it as multifamily, so they're limited to 25% plus 1. So essentially 3 or 4, depending on how that math is done, but 3 or 4 ADUs, not JADUs. So you're talking 1 acre could be either 27 units between UDUs, ADUs, and JADUs, or 14.
Yes, and I think, it's important to know that we don't have any developments that are right on that line. So, so like our PD 7s that are applied all over the city, they were our reusable PD. They're in our multifamily zoning district. Those don't get anywhere close to 10 units per acre. They maybe get close to 5 or 6 units per acre. They don't get really close to 10 units per acre. And the state looks at those and and thinks I'm single family. Even most people that live there think they're single family because they have yards and detached garages and, they look like a single family residence. We did look at like Oak Haven up by Home Depot because that's a more traditional attached townhome style plan development. They do own the dirt. They are individual lots with individual units on them, but they look like attached townhome units. And that was built out at 11 units per acre. And in that situation, we would not want each lot to be treated like a single family lot, although they probably couldn't fit certain things. But if you were to convert your second floor to a whole other unit and add a little JADU in your garage, that would not be a great situation the way that those projects are designed for parking and open space and traffic circulation. So I don't know that we have any that really touch that 9 unit per acre mark, but we kind of had to draw a line somewhere to be able to distinguish one side versus the other.
And the reason for that distinction is the fact that so many of these multifamily properties are developed with these quote unquote single family projects that are different.
Right. And I just want to make sure we didn't have, if you have several where you've got 9 versus 10, the one on 9, well, they can do a lot more than the folks with 10. But if you're saying that it's not that clear of a delineation and we're not facing that situation, then that's much more acceptable. So looking at the 3/4 acre versus the half acre for the septic, it seems to me, and it's so funny that Councilmember Funk said this because I'd literally written down first come, first serve, and I'd underlined it. And then like 2 minutes later, she's bringing that up. So it also sounds like in that situation, so you've got the lakes and almost like a first come, first serve. It could also be the same with, let's say whether you stick with the 3/4 or the half acre, but as you get units built, that are on septic, that the greater the concentration of that, the ones that come after, you start to do that analysis of the surrounding area, and you're out of luck because you've had 5 neighbors do it and they beat you to it.
So the way that that particular code section is written for the analysis is that staff or a consultant, whoever does the analysis and helps with the analysis, does need to take into consideration potential ADUs and lot splits with that analysis. So regardless of whether they're constructed or not, we would be taking that into account so as not to preclude somebody who has a conforming lot to come in and then build an ADU. We definitely don't want to take development potential away from anybody that has a lot that meets the standards. And so that would kind of all be built in. And so it wouldn't matter if the unit's already there or might be there in the future. We're going to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Hence, it's a little bit of work to do that analysis, and we're probably going to have to do it.
Yeah.
So.
With regards to, the conversation, Director, that you and I had yesterday, we were talking about even with the 3/4 acre, depending on, where someone's leach field is, where you've got trees and various things, that sometimes even on 3/4 acre, it's not necessarily feasible to do an ADU or maybe the size that somebody would want to. So we probably already, even with the 3/4 acre, have that situation. But is there a way, if we wanted to say, hey, in some cases it's possible, is there some way in the code that can make it clear that when someone is purchasing property, that they can see may, in bold or something that we can do and say, see here, for discussion, where then they could go and say, here are the parameters, here's what could happen, here's what you need to do the research, it could cost you this, all of those things. If you needed a pre-treatment system, the potential cost is this, so that somebody knows going into it, if they're buying it simply so that they can, have that and then do an ADU, that they know going in it's going to be an issue. Because I understand that. I hate to, one of the folks that wrote in said, oh, you're protecting us from ourselves. Thank you so much. And I can understand that. It's like, hey, let us make our own decisions. Let us figure things out. But then we also see the other side where people come in and say, well, I thought it was this and this said this, and they've interpreted it wrong. And then they've spent thousands of dollars and lots of time and they're really mad, and understandably so. We see that often. That's not the occasional thing. So we're trying to balance those two things. So just thinking about it as we're going through this, is there a way to somehow make that clear in the ordinance so that if someone's looking at the code to see, hey, would my property qualify?
And we tried to build that into the code as it is now on page 78 of your staff report there under section D, under wastewater service. That is kind of how that's written. And we could, if we need to go further with that, or if we need to create handouts or website that even go further than that. And that's the idea, is that the minimum site is an acre, except if you can meet this criteria, you may be able to do that. And it's written that way a little bit, but maybe it can be done even more definitively.
Well, and Councilmember Borbeau even said with one of the other items, can we make that clear on the website? Is there something we can have? So just to be thinking about that, because if there is that possibility, if it's one property out of 11,000 in the community, then we're probably not all that concerned. But if we're talking, potentially maybe dozens of homeowners that this would impact, where they would be able to, if we made that allowance, then we want to make sure that we're not taking that away. But
and a thing to keep in mind too, already at that 1 acre, it's a gross measurement. So we had to actually include road right of ways and easements, and
yeah, that actually did improve a little bit for
it's
folks.
a lot. Yeah. So a lot of cases, someone might have 0.8, 0.9, but their gross measurement is really an acre or more when you consider the road right of way that's on their property or things like that.
So even going down to the 0.75 is for gross, their actual lot.
Their
that they
actual
think
lot
of
might be
is-
0.5 or 0.6.
Okay, so if we go down to a 0.5 gross, then we could be
pretty-
talking significantly less than
Yeah.
that. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And you answered my questions about, it sounds like the stock plans are coming out next month. That's great news.
Almost done.
Almost
Yes.
done. Very exciting. And thank you again for taking the lead on that countywide. Let's see. And just to be clear, the state hasn't said 1,000 square feet is affordable and 1,200 is not, or any other thing. They haven't done that. But we're saying, based on experience, I know I feel like we've probably beat this horse to death, but just really trying to get clarity on why this delineation.
They haven't said it's a size thing, and it can be a quality thing. I mean, 1,000 square foot ADU in a beautiful site on the west side with a view could be twice the price as 1,000 square foot ADU somewhere else in a much desirable location. So a lot of it has to do with a lot of other factors. And the statistics of what people make in the county and their affordable housing requirements changes every year. So it's kind of a moving target. Kelly even said every month. So it's kind of a moving target.
Yeah.
But generally, in most cases, price is based on size. And so that's the most easily definable characteristic that you can try to control through that affordability by design factor.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'd like us to go ahead and take a break before we go to public comment. Councilmember Funk, did you have more questions? Sure thing.
I'm like you, I'm eager to take a break, but let me follow up. First of all, on Councilmember Bourbeau's questions with regard to the 1,200 square foot thing. My understanding is that before the state enacted these recent changes in the law, that in Atascadero, people could build an ADU up to 1,200 square feet if they had a 10-foot setback on the side and 10 foot on the rear, right?
10 foot at the rear, 5 at the side.
5 at the side, 10 at the rear. Okay, that's
That's our
whole-
normal standard residential setback that's in place today, and it applies to ADUs as well.
Okay, so with this proposed ordinance, they could still build that 1,200 square foot with that setback, unless they were on a smaller property.
What we're saying in this case is that if you want to go to 1,200, increase that side setback with an additional 5 feet to go 10 foot on the side, and that your property should be an acre or larger.
Okay, so we are limiting that. We are reducing the neighborhood impacts of those largest ADUs.
That's the thought behind that.
With this, but you could still, within those, with a larger property, you could still go ahead and build that
Yes.
Just, we have to do setbacks. The more extensive. Okay. The 250 square foot garage, that applies only to an attached garage, right?
Correct.
And the concern there has been the illegal conversions to bedrooms.
That's part of the concern. The other part of the concern is just the overall mass of the structure. So as you start getting a bigger structure, you start introducing more and more potential impacts to your neighboring property or to the scale of as viewed from the entire neighborhood. Detached structures, we only allow 2 on each property, so that tends to control itself, even though it may be as close as 3 or 4 feet to that structure. So
Okay.
it's a little different with something detached. So.
Okay, and can you go back to the text of the correction that you're making in section 9-5-041? That's the, on either resulting lot, that you were changing to any resulting lot. My concern is that doesn't seem to solve the problem that I was, when I raised this to staff, that my understanding is that with this structure, you could end up with an urban slot split and 2 units on each lot, a total of 4. Right?
That is
And
correct.
that language says 2 units on any lot, which means if you've got 2 units on your first lot, you can't build anything on your second lot.
Yeah, and that's not the idea. The idea is that you're allowed 2 units per lot.
Yeah, so I think that the correct word would be each rather than any. Is that not the case?
We will look at that. When we had each in there, I read it that you could then have an ADU on your lot if your resulting lot only had 1 unit on it.
Maybe it should just be reworded altogether.
It's one of those attorney language things that has to be
Yes,
perfect.
right.
You know,
So let's look at that during break and see.
Sure, you can consult.
Use our
the
thesaurus
guru
and
here.
see if there's better words.
Okay, thank you. That concludes.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
We thought we were taking a break. My question comes down to accessory structures. As we start looking at these larger properties that are over 1 acre, what counts for accessory structures? Are we looking at barns? We talked about the pool house. We talked about some other stuff. What is an accessory structure?
so it's any of these structures that are these well, they could be habitable, I suppose. Any structure outside of your primary residence that's not a urban dwelling unit or accessory dwelling unit. So garage, workshop, barn, storage shed, pool house, they're all accessory structures.
So it's defined by what it is not.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it.
I think you're going to have a problem on the west side when you drive through and see how many structures are really on properties with the limitations. Because in some of our rural areas that are on larger lots, that's part of agriculture. So I think there's going to be some clarification or some challenges that come on the accessory structures of what our community was built upon versus what is happening in day-to-day, more high density property.
And we can get to that in another discussion item, but tonight it is ADUs. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Let's see, I see that it is 8:08. Why don't we come back at 8:50? Let's say in about 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. And that'll also give staff a little bit of time to stretch their legs, but also look at some of those wording issues that we might be addressing down the line. All right, we're going to come on back to our meeting here. We are on still item number 1, believe it or not. And we're going to go to public comment now. So let me get back to my screen here with attendees. Okay, so if anybody would like to speak on this item, and this is regarding the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, the JADUs, this is not the SB 9 topic. So if you'd like to go ahead and come to the podium, if you're on the webinar, go ahead and raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, let Luke know. All right, welcome to our, and we'll have 3 minutes. We'll make sure we put that on the screen for you to see. Welcome to our first speaker.
Jeff Oslin, resident Atascadero, concerned citizen on this. Lot to go over, and I don't think we can do it in 3 minutes. So I'm going to hope that you'll give a little grace on this, but I think first of all, this is out of order, section 1 and 2 for tonight. I think you should have done SB 9 first before we did the ADUs tonight. I realize one's older than the other, and that's probably why it's in that order, but I think that would have clarified a lot of issues. So the first thing I'm going to ask is when council goes to a vote, that you vote to send this back to staff for a lot of clarification and fixes, and then bring it back another night for a reading. So we don't have things like the drive-through, good intentions go bad, or when we added the structures on property to be able to go as large as a house, but yet if you go over 1,000 square feet, then you have to go to the planning commission for approval if it's detached, but if it's attached, you can go infinity. So I think we need to clean this up. I think staff did a pretty good job, but I think we need to clean this up with staff. And in light of their new pay raises, I think it wouldn't be so overwhelming. With that being said, 1,200 square foot ADU should stay. We've changed that from 1,000 square feet before to 1,200 square feet. And that's actually what the state has done. The garage attached really concerns me and others. A nice 2-car garage is 21 by 21, which is 484 square feet. So that's 500 square feet in my book. That makes sense to me. And if you want to put it into a little bit more terms, if you're looking at ADA, it makes it really tough for somebody who might need that to get in and out of a 1 or 1.5 car garage if you do that. And attached makes sense if you're trying to do more affordable housing and maybe have a parent move in or a grandparent move in. Detached makes no sense because they don't want to, if it does rain again, get wet going from their garage into their house if it's attached. So those are some things. Setbacks don't make a lot of sense right now. Without going too crazy, I've got a lot of notes for page 62, 63, and 64. Going back to that and parking, some of the things that you've hit on, you have solar already. If you're going to do things with solar, you can't block solar on your neighbors anymore. So I think that's a moot point that you folks brought up with shadowing. The other items that I have come up with, and trust me, I'm not the expert on this one. I haven't built yet and it won't affect me. But I mean, you even have an EV charging thing that station on your property that you can't charge for it. But if you were renting out your property or you wanted to rent it to your family member so you can't charge them for EV charging, I mean, this is where we get a little bit crazy, I think. So I've got those concerns and then I have a couple others. If I can bring them up
Can you
real
wrap
quick.
up in about 30 seconds?
I can. How many lots in Atascadero on city sewer big enough for a 1,200 square foot ADU? Just a question. ADUs over 1,000 square foot should have a larger setback, possibly not. That's your end of it. How many ADUs of 1,200 square foot have been built in recent years since we went from 1,000 to 1,200 square foot? For lots on septic, if nitrate levels can be independently checked for specifics by a case basis. And the other one is lot line split should be at a half acre, or excuse me, half acre instead of 0.75, because when you hit the next section tonight, you're going to make it a half acre anyway. So let's be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Harry Hamilton, I live here in Atascadero.
If you could get closer to the mic.
Sure. Harry Hamilton, I live here in Atascadero, happen to be an engineer by trade, and I argue with Phil and Kelly on a daily basis, but we get a kick out of it. I think they generally did a good job. There's a couple things I'm concerned about. One, Phil mentioned 1,200 square foot ADU, and the whole point of this is affordable by design. Yet, if you look at the fact that the impact fees are the same, everything is the same. My fee is the same for 1,000 square foot ADU as a 1,200 square foot ADU. We're actually going to make them less affordable and less cost effective to build, which I would think would mean less beneficial for the renter. Garage size is one of the other concerns we've heard tonight is about the 2-story and the fact that people are overlooking their neighbors. Yet the way the ordinance is written is going to be more motivation to create a 2-story. Right now, if you wanted to build an ADU and you wanted a garage, you'd look at the code and say, well, I need to build a 2-story ADU. Yet all of our concerns we've heard about people overshadowing other people's properties. So I think that's kind of poorly written. Sorry, guys. One of the other things I think that we're doing when we look at that SB 9 fire hazard, or sorry, when we look at the fire hazard slide, generally, I think if you actually were to overlay the fire hazard slide with the SB 9 potential, subdivision potential, you'd find that the people that can actually build a 1,200 square foot ADU are the people that are in the areas that can't subdivide by SB 9. So technically, by limiting this to 1,000 square feet, we're kind of disproportionately affecting those residents in town. But the other one that's kind of interesting, I actually met with somebody about 3 hours ago, and they're a young professional in town. They want to stay in town. They want to continue to stay in town. The only way they can figure out how to live here is by buying a house and converting the existing shop into an ADU for their parents so that they can all live on one property together. The parents, of course, want 1,200 square feet. They're coming from a 2,500 square foot house, and they like their living room still. The parents aren't old enough to where they need just one bedroom because they sit in the room and watch TV all day. They want a living room. They want some extra spaces, and the husband actually still wants a desk, or the dad still wants a desk. So I think limiting it is gonna, some of my younger peers, it's their creative way of being able to move into this area is by combining property with their family. And I think now we're gonna be limiting those people. And I hate to see Atascadero get older as I'm getting older. So yeah, that's it for this one.
Thank you. I see no one else in chambers, so I'm going to go to the webinar. Please, if you want to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand now, so I don't close public comment and then you're and then you're like, wait a minute, I wanted to speak. So please go ahead and raise your hand right now. You can do that by at the very bottom of the screen, that little raise hand icon. And I see Sierra Steele.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Steele.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to quickly speak and basically reiterate what the last two people said and request that this go back for further clarification with staff. A lot of these seem good intended, and a lot of the theories reflect overlooking properties, assuming that these properties are residential to residential. However, it's been brought up in the past that many of the qualifying properties on the map will actually be residential and commercial. So in reality, we will only be restricting the residents next to commercial properties that have enormous buildings next to them with windows and heights and setbacks. And I believe that less restrictions and more clarification is what needs to be done.
Is there anything further, or are you complete?
I agree with the case by case basis for the lot size, requiring, a lot of times you may run into situations with my parents' property where It's just about 3/4 of an acre, and they only have one restroom, and they are zoned for additional bathrooms, a larger septic tank that exceeds the capacity that met all of California's new standards. And if they added an ADU, they would have to spend upward of $50,000 just to have one more person living on the property. So while it's 3/4 of an acre, it still may only have the output of nitrates of 3 people. So again, I believe that needs to be case by case as well. And I believe that's all I have at the moment. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. And I'm not seeing any other hands. So if you want to speak, I'm recognizing some names where we did get your input via email, and that may be the way that, that you're wishing to communicate. Actually, I think those folks are gone now. So if there's anyone else in the webinar, I do see several folks. Is anyone else wishing to speak? Luke, do we have anyone on the phone? All right, so I'm going to do a going once, going twice. All right, I'm not seeing anyone, but Councilmember Funk will let me know the minute somebody raises their hand once I close public comment. The minute I look away, someone raises their hand. All right, so we've closed public comment. Bring it back to staff and to council. The challenge here is that overall we are looking at we're going to be looking at 2 ordinances tonight. So we've got ADUs and we've got SB 9. And as has been stated throughout the evening, these ordinances have the potential to do a lot of good, to help create more housing where housing is needed, and ideally some that really fits that affordable category. On the other end of the spectrum, it also has the ability to significantly change our neighborhoods and to tax the capacity of our infrastructure. And so we here tonight are trying to balance those 2 things, the need for the affordable housing, the way the state has chosen to mandate that, and how do we take care of our current needs and ensure a strong future going forward. So every couple of decades, we look at our general plan and we plan for that. Well, this was never planned for in that general plan. Gratefully, we are going through that process now. And so I see there's probably some possibility for us to be looking at some of these issues deeper as we go into that process, as we continue that process. So that said, there are some things question-wise. Ms. Steele talked about the overlook issue and taking things into account, and we talked about that amongst us, that that possibility of looking whether it's if it's a second story and we're saying hey, you've got to be so many feet away, but being able to change that if we have somebody who isn't overlooking a yard, they're backing up against commercial, against a cliff, against a street or something like that. So I want to ask the director, is there some language that we could use that would help us here to give more flexibility when the overlook isn't an issue?
Yes, and we're still working on some draft language that we can go in there, really simple, that they could, if there's no purpose served by the additional setback, that the setback would not be required. So we can easily insert that. I have some language I'm still drafting out right now.
Still drafting that. Okay, that's fine. And then we also talked about, is there the potential for, I'm iffy on that half acre, on reducing septic to that half acre. I'd prefer to keep it at the 3/4, just from that perspective, the possibility that we're going to have issues and people expecting something that they're not able to do. So I know we probably needed more of a break, to talk some of these things over.
We had several other discussions going during the break on the other topics, so we never, it wasn't.
And so I want to ask, and I know there's probably some other things, but I want to ask my fellow council members with regarding that 3/4 versus a half an acre on septic. Your thoughts on, do we want to be more conservative and go with that 3/4, or do we want to say, hey, it's worth the risk, do the 1/2 acre and try to disclose as much as we can and make it as obvious to potential buyers of property, especially when not everybody pays attention to those things. Councilmember Funk?
Yeah, I wrestled with that one quite a lot. Ultimately hearing the feedback from staff today, I think that for right now, this is a new ordinance. We're doing, creating a lot of new opportunities for people. And staff is going to have to process a lot of stuff quickly. And I'm, sort of from the perspective of essentialism that we've worked with as a council, as a principal, and just being able to make this work for most of the people, but the needs of the folks who need these very specialized extra analyses and the risks and the challenges, the amount of communication staff has to do when somebody's gone down a pathway and then they can't do it and they're really upset, which, yeah, if you spent thousands of dollars and then you're in tens of thousands of dollars and you can't do the thing that you bought the house, the property for, people get, worked up, and that all of that creates load and difficulty on staff, on the community, and makes it harder for us to serve the folks who have a straighter pathway to housing. So I came down on the side of, let's keep the 3/4 of an acre for now, and let's plan to revisit that in about a year.
I want to make sure I understand the relevant issue here, and that is in terms of deciding between an acre, 3/4, or a 1/2. We are talking, and this question for staff. Okay. This is not regarding whether or not we're allowing 1,200 or 1,000. This is regarding whether somebody would be able to build an ADU at all, based upon whether or not they can make the septic work on a less than an acre lot. So adopting 3/4 or a 1/2, is not an issue of regarding the size of the ADU. It's an issue about whether it's doable at all. And if we don't adopt this, what you're saying is you're going to get a whole bunch of requests from hopeful property owners. They're going to overwhelm your ability to respond, because it's not going to be clear whether or not it can be accommodated or not. So you're going to have to spend a lot of time researching, et cetera. Is that?
Yeah, staff time is definitely one of the big issues. We also have concerns with people purchasing properties when the realtor says it's a possibility, all you have to do is contact the city and figure it out. And they don't do that up front because they're buying a house and they have so many other things that they're thinking about and so many other things that they care about when they're looking at property. And then it's in the back of their mind, oh, I can probably do an ADU. It's possible, it's possible. And then we get to that point and they can't, and they purchased a property based on the fact that they could have rental income or their in-laws move in or something like that. And there are just concerns that we're leading people down a path that might not end up to be realistic without that pre-treatment system, which of course is doable, but very expensive.
And I understand. I think the public might think, well, gee, why preclude me when there's a possibility? My concern also is that frankly, realtors, instead of being, this could be subdivided, or this could be you could do an ADU. If we, the city, you as staff, give realtors, here's all the limitations on building an ADU, whether it's fire, one way in, one way out, fire severity zone, septic challenges. I would hope that in today's, you got to disclose everything environment, they would have and feel an obligation to say, hey, buyer beware.
What we have found is they have a lot of liability with disclosure. And so as little as they can disclose as possible helps with their liability.
I'm going to ask our city manager to.
And I want to make sure the council, because Nick didn't get a chance to talk, and Public Works and the LAMP and all of that are a huge part of this. While on a 1/2 acre, it's possible. It's not probable by any stretch of the imagination. It's possible I may go to the moon in the next year, have to win the lotto, but it's really not probable. So you really are, when you get down to that half acre and you get down to, I'm trying to do my house, my existing septic system, my existing leach field, my replacement leach field, my new ADU that's going to take up some spots, my new leach field for my ADU, my new replacement leach field for my ADU, avoiding all the rocky parts, avoiding all of the slope, hitting all of the setbacks. We have not really seen any properties that have been able to make it on this small of an acre. I think 3/4 of an acre is a really, really tight stretch. According to my public works people, and a half acre kind of puts you into that very improbable type of scenario.
Right. So, but I mean, technically right now, they can do it if they can do it and if they can make it work.
Technically,
So-
right now, if you're on septic, you have to have 1 net acre and there are no exceptions.
Okay, so this whole thing about going to 3/4 or a half is actually opening the door for a few miracle cases where it can happen.
Yes, opening
So-
it to a gross acre opens a door in a huge way, and then even going
Okay,
beyond that to 3/4.
Because my whole thing in this entire conversation is I'm very reluctant to pull away an entitlement that an existing property owner could do. But it sounds like this going to 3/4 or a half would actually increase that, but only for a very small number of highly improbable cases. And it
A
would take-
half, definitely. 3/4 is 3/4 to an acre. And so there could be 0.98 gross parcels out there, and this would open
Understand.
the door for them.
Understand, but I mean, because as I said, my whole thing is I don't like to take away what somebody could currently do, but this would actually be opening the door for more and creating a hell of a lot of work for staff for a few very unlikely cases. So in that case, I, don't think we need to entertain that, the 3/4 or the half.
Well, the
because-
3/4 is the staff proposal. So I think it sounds like we're in agreement. If I could look at Mayor Pro Tem Newsom for a nod, are we in agreement at 3/4 or?
What my point is though, Mayor, is that, I mean, you talk about this, Councilmember Funk mentioned it about, you call it essentialism, but it's like respecting our staff's time and our staff's ability to serve the most
Yes.
number of people in our city as best as possible. And that means, not processing one general plan amendment for one property owner. And it also means not spending tons of staff time for somebody, who, has maybe has that unique 3/4 acre lot.
Well, but
that can fit.
as Ms. Gleason said, this 3/4 minimum means that someone with 0.98 qualifies because it's 3/4 to
Oh,
an acre.
understand.
So that was why staff recommended this. And I think you're comfortable with the degree of work that would go into it would not exceed capacity, but it gives that possibility that's more probable than possible for somebody who's on a little bit smaller than an acre, but not.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, because I mean, I'm not necessarily going to agree with all the staff recommendations, so I'm looking for those options where we can save them time.
Understand,
And so,
understand.
With it,
So let's go with that. You've got a question, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just wanted the staff to speak to whether or not SB 9 is going to change the lot size down to half acre.
For areas on septic or off septic, it's a little bit different. So areas connected to city sewer, the state law says we have to allow lot sizes down to 1,200 square feet. Now that's assuming that we have parcels in town that are only 2,400 square feet. And in our situation, we really don't. So we're not really going to get that small. For properties on an acre, our LAMP does speak to subdivision of parcels that are served by on-site wastewater treatment systems. And so the LAMP has a calculation that's based on rainfall averages. And we would still adhere to the LAMP regulations for subdivision. So a lot of times those end up at around 1 to 1.5 acres, depending on where on the west side we're looking at. So those might be smaller than some of our zoning designation requirements, but still large enough to accommodate septic systems.
Thank you.
Okay, and So we've got the 3/4 acre. We're talking about some language that we can limit that overlook when it's not, or not limit the overlook. We can limit, how do I say this? We can reduce the setback, limits and height restrictions and things like that when there isn't an overlook. So we're working on some language there. I also want to know, Councilmember Borbeau had brought this up, that there used to be able to be a larger garage through an AUP process. Is there any reason that we need to remove that, or could we keep that in place?
We can definitely keep that in place. There could, I think there needs to be objective standards, if I'm not mistaken, attached to that. So it could be just additional standards. We might not even need the AUP process at that point, because there would be some additional standards. They could be tied to lot size. They could be tied to setback. They could be tied to size of the principal structure somehow. So we could tie them to additional standards. You could also just increase the size of the attached garage if you felt like 250 was realistically too small. But what I think staff is trying to avoid is an exception process that allows people to go to whatever size they kind of want to, because then that we have seen that get a little bit out of control.
The other part of this is there's so many places in this code that require these objective standards. And I think the state would reject anything that opens up discretionary or subjective standard. And the same would apply when we start looking at the 1,200 square foot. And that's why we're having difficulty making some language about the setbacks. We'd have to have some prescribed circumstances where the setback wouldn't be necessary, rather than saying, if no purpose served, it has to be, hey, in the following cases, and we'd have to be very objective.
I mean, can it simply be that for any property, any residential property that does not, is not adjacent to another residential property? Because that's really the concern, is being adjacent to another residential
That
property.
would be objective, and that could work if it's very specific.
And I think it sounds like maybe it's not residential property, but if it's an adjacent to an access easement, then maybe the setback wouldn't be required, because that would not be able to be used for residential. I don't know what other situations you might be considering.
Okay. So when it comes to the garage thing, either tonight we would need to say, hey, yeah, let's increase it to, 450 or 500 or something, or we'd have to say, let's do it as is, and then come back later with some objective standards for being able to increase size.
That would be a way to move forward this evening.
Mayor, I'd like to propose then, for me, I would make it 300 square feet. And the reason is 250 square foot garage, it's hard to get a car in there and get people out of both sides of the car in a 25 by 10 or a 20 by, that would be about 20, 1 by 12 garage. And I don't think we need, especially people with bigger vehicles, we don't need to just create garages that aren't really garages.
Yeah.
So I would say make it 300 square feet, but say that if you want an objective criteria, call it a half acre, whatever, you can have a 500 square foot garage. Or as you outlined here, if you're putting it underneath the structure and your footprint is smaller, you can have a larger garage. But so that would be the kind of the objective criteria would be, make it 300, but you can have 500 if you're on a big enough parcel, or you're, under or over the living space.
Does staff see that as being feasible, or are there any fish hooks that we're not seeing there?
That's feasible.
We have some of agreement. Okay.
I could work with that.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're realistic about the types of changes that we can do and still pass this tonight. As you get, changing 250 to 300, we can do tonight, no problem. Changing 300, unless you're on an acre and stuff like that, because this is going to HCD, because this is an ordinance, I want to make sure that we give our chance for our attorneys to really think through the language, see what else it affects in the title, all of those types of things. So, as you talk about the overlook, as you talk about some of those criteria, well, I have the utmost respect for Kelly and Phil. We know that wording drafted on the fly is typically problematic for a number of reasons. So I just want to make sure, hey, these are all great things. We should do all this, but maybe we start bringing them back. And we can do these types of changes fairly quickly and get them back to you fairly quickly.
Okay, that makes sense. So it'd be easy to go with the 3/4 acre, the 300 square feet, and then say, come back with, something with regards to a larger garage size and come back with that, because by doing that, we're not opening the door for someone to do something we don't want done. The door is shut right now and we want to be able to open it, but we need another month or two to be able to do that. And it's really not going to prohibit anybody from moving forward with something.
That's correct.
Okay. So basically the kind of overlook and that coming up with language. Thank you for that, Ms. Rickard. I think that's very smart. So those are sort of the 4 things we're looking at, 2 potentially for tonight, 2 later. I do want to ask staff, one of our speakers kind of alluded to, there's a lot of clarification and fixes and cleanup. And it seems like over the months, a lot of that has been done. Are there, and you showed us some of those tonight. And I mean, I think all of us went through it with a pretty fine tooth comb and looked at things. And that's how some of these came up tonight. Is there any clarification or corrections that you see that we do need time to make and come back later?
That's really up the discretion of council tonight. I think those minor typos that we showed you on the slide, those are really easy fixes that we can do tonight. I think if the council at large wants to talk about the size of the ADU and the setbacks and talking about that further, that may need a little more refinement given our objective standards that we need to put in place on that. But even going back to, a larger unit or larger accessory structure on a unit, that's something that it's extremely simple. You could just simply say, on sites of an acre or larger, the accessory structure could be up to 450 or 500, whichever you choose.
Okay.
So I think there's a couple different ways we can go.
So and let's not get to accessory right now. I want
Yeah.
to stick with
Right.
our ADU.
Yeah.
So let's just not do that. One thing that Mr. Hamilton mentioned was, we want to make sure we're not incentivizing 2-story. And so maybe that's even something to consider as you're looking at this for some corrections. Are there some things that we can do to make sure that that's not what we're trying to incentivize? Now, granted, if you've got a smaller lot and you're trying to get a garage underneath, it may be some instances, but smaller lots are the ones where you really don't want the 2-story. So looking at what the possibilities are there. Let's see.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I did have an additional one that I think is that we can get done tonight. That is on page 80 in section 9-5.042, objective design standards for ADUs. Section A on maximum floor area, which currently reads, an attached ADU shall have a maximum floor area of 50% of the existing or proposed primary dwelling unit or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. I would propose that we strike the words 50% of the existing or proposed primary dwelling unit or, and the words comma, whichever is less.
But let me ask staff, I think that comes straight from the California Building Code, does it not?
There is an allowance in state law to restrict size of units based on the size of the primary structure. I think as we went through our conversation about what that would actually look like, the window for the size of that unit that would actually be restricted to the 50% is very narrow because we have to allow 850 square feet for a 1-bedroom, 1,000 square feet for 2-bedroom. And so I do believe we can strike that and just leave our 1,000 square foot maximum. I don't think there would actually be very many cases that were in between, or somebody would just add something that looks like a 2nd bedroom to get to 1,000 square feet anyways.
So really,
Well,
I mean,
but really somebody could add 50% and it would be less than 850, but they can add more than that. They can add the full 850.
they can, the bare minimum for a 1-bedroom or smaller ADU from the state is 850. So it might be better served to simply say that, an attached ADU shall be no larger than 850 square feet for 1 or fewer bedrooms, and maybe up to 1,000 square feet for 2 or more bedroom ADUs. that's it. And then
that's
you're
perfect,
really,
because the 50% really doesn't apply.
it doesn't apply. I think we started to go somewhere with that, but then realizing that that window is so narrow, it just creates confusion and delay.
Right, so that just, it seemed like that was completely unnecessary language and we could just eliminate that phrase.
Just state
And
what
it
the state
could.
allows in terms of
Yeah.
attached ADUs.
Yeah. Okay, so you have some,
May I just jump in one thing? For a detached, you just keep it at a straight 1,000. Do you want to do the same for an attached? Regardless of the number of bedrooms, or do you want to limit it to that state minimum? Because if we do that, then we just can say an attached ADU shall have a maximum floor area of 1,000 square feet, period, delete the rest.
Yes, that's exactly what I want.
that's just fine.
Okay, thank you.
And then
Keep it
you
simple.
also have the correction that you're going to make on 95.041 A1. Were you going to do something else as well? Oh, the either or any lot. It's that whole discussion.
We have some language for that
All
after
right.
much
Do
debate.
you want to show us that?
Yes.
And hopefully I've got notes here, but is staff kind of taking notes on here's the wording and here's what we're doing tonight? I'm assuming that probably our city clerk
Yes,
is
and Laura does a great
keeping
job
us
of that
on
too.
the-
We're doing
I
it too,
I am
though.
attempting to actually modify the code language as
Perfect.
we go.
So if you'd like to share that reword
Why
with
is
us
that
when you
so
get a
small?
moment.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Borba?
Yeah, I have concern though, and I don't want to be premature. Because we're talking about this 1,000 square feet, and I totally agree. Any reference to 50% is unnecessary. Let's keep it simple. But I'm still concerned about the 1,000 versus 1,200 when we're talking about, let's say, some parcels on the east side that have sewer that might be, a half acre or more. Could easily fit a 1,200 square foot ADU without imposing on the neighbors, et cetera. And I'm just wondering, don't we have the ability, if we're allowing 1,200 to impose, say, our baseline's 1,000, but you can do 1,200 if you can have a larger setback, et cetera.
And I think that's something that we would also come back with if we want to have that discussion. It sounds like trying to piece that together tonight.
Tonight would be too difficult. I understand that, but I'm, reluctant to then pass something that goes to the 1,000 and takes that away from certain parcels in the city. I'm wondering, okay, how long would it take to, try to address that and bring that back? And I'm curious if staff, we talked about this from an affordability standpoint, how much, building 200 more square feet when you're building 1,000 square foot house, the cost per square foot's a lot less. And that's what some of our letter writers who are in the building or architectural or, property development business point out that, we're not, we're kind of artificially limiting and we're not going to substantially reduce the cost of that house by making it 1,000 instead of 1,200.
Yet the cost doesn't necessarily relate to what you can rent it for. So
Yes,
there's
correct.
that. I think our city manager wanted to.
I just wanted to let you know, if we pass this tonight and do the second reading next council meeting and it passes, this goes into effect October 27th. Whoa, boy, I'm loud tonight. Our intent is to bring this back for more discussion prior to October 27th. So before this ever goes into effect, we'll have a discussion and know where the council's going on any revised language. So it may delay somebody a month or so, but they'll know that it's in process if anybody comes in that short period while we're talking about this.
Okay, thank you. That's important to me. Thank you.
So I think we have some consensus, and if we go ahead and look up so cleanups and clarifications. So here's that third one down.
And I wanted to point out, because it's a little confusing, I wanted to leave the existing language that was kind of being proposed. So the proposal currently is to delete out the purple language and just leave the blue language in, which I can do if you want me to.
So
that you
so
can just read
basically
it.
no ADU or JADU is permitted on any lot in the single family if, number one, you've had the urban lot split, which obviously we're talking about next, And there are 2 units already exist or approved for construction on the lot that's being, because once you've done a lot split,
Right.
like we're now talking about one of those lots. And if
Right.
one of those lots already has 2, you're not getting a JADU or an ADU on
Right.
it. Okay.
And we think that the any lot above kind of covers the reference to the lot situation.
Okay. I think, and I would ask our city clerk and our city attorney, does that read the way you know that we are intending it to?
So the purple text clarifying each resulting lot is being
Purple is
eliminated?
deleted and it will be the blue.
Hmm. I think that each resulting lot is clear, but I'll defer to the lawyers.
Looks okay to me. It looks okay to me.
All right. So we have that, those other few changes. Do you want to, is there another page with some wording on, let's see, no, the 3/4 acre. So you'll put that back to the 3/4 acre. And increasing the garage size to 300.
Didn't we also say, or 500 square feet on a?
They're going to
property
come back
acre?
with that.
So I do have some language that includes the 500 square feet if we want to put it up on the screen and see if that's minor enough to do this evening.
I think, sure. I think we were trying to be conservative that we don't do something at this time where we later go, oh no, what did we do? And so if we're bringing it back soon enough, go ahead and show it if you want, and maybe it passes the test here.
So we have a garage or other unconditioned space may be attached to an ADU, providing any attached space with a non-R occupancy be limited to 300 square feet, comma, or 500 square feet on lots 1 acre or greater.
Wouldn't it make sense to make that 450, 500 as well?
Could be done.
I'm going to look to our city manager. Do you have heartburn? Or no, we're okay. All right.
We're going to change the 450 to 500 as well.
To me, there's a consistency there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
We're good on that? Okay. And then you'll put it back to the 3/4 acre for sewer. And then we've got the rewording. Laura, did I get everything? My notes start to look very jumbled after a while. Would it help if we took a brief few minute break? Okay, why don't we take about a 5-minute break, and staff's going to make sure we've got all the changes as wanted, and then we'll present those to you and we'll go ahead and vote. We'll be back in a few. All right, I'm going to bring us back and all right, folks. We have, staff has been talking during the break, and there is a kind of enough of these moving parts that we are going to go ahead and continue this item to our October 11th meeting. And you've heard from us the things that we do want. We want that issue with the overlook. We want the 3/4 acre, the 300 square foot garage, the 500 square feet, over the acre. We want to, those changes in wording that have been discussed. There are also, some conversations we had before and was brought up at the break of the mixed use definition and that 40% of commercial. I know you and I, Phil, talked about it, and now that it was brought up again, it's not sitting quite right. So I want to make sure we clarify that mixed use definition and anything else that was on the list that I have missed.
And that reference to 50% of the primary dwelling.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All of those sort of changes. Yeah. The 50% of the primary, just getting rid of that and having it be up to 1,000 square feet. Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
did you want us to bring up anything about size on larger parcels, detached or any of that? So I didn't,
Yes.
I didn't hear consensus one way or the
That's,
other.
I think that, well, I know that was something that was important to Councilmember Borbeau. I will look to Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Yeah, I think we
Okay.
should discuss that.
Great. We do have
And definitely
consensus on
deal
that
with
to
the
discuss
overlap.
size of ADU on potentially larger lots, or, what parameters could we have to keep that 1,200 square foot? All right. Is that sufficient direction? All right. So continued to October 11th. So now we will move on to item B2. And I will ask, I'm going to say my ex parte is all the same on item B2, which is regarding SB9, the urban dwelling units and urban lot splits. Is everybody have the same kind of ex parte or anything different?
Nope, I agree.
Yeah, and we didn't discuss SB9 splits in the steering committee, but just mostly ATUs.
Okay, thank you. All right, Director Dunsmore and Ms. Gleason.
Thank you. As you know, SB 9 became effective this year, January 1 of this year. We immediately went in to do an interim ordinance, which we have in place now today. So today we do already have SB 9 standards in place. And we were given some direction from City Council at that time also to come back and produce a more well thought out ordinance that really prescribes what you can do under Senate Bill 9 in terms of the lot split and in terms of adding these urban dwelling units. So now we've done that. And we believe that these particular new regulations do provide additional flexibility and better reflect what the state is after. Kelly, again, is going to give you some of the details on this. I think, what's the next slide here? Some of the key points, I'll just go over these real quick. There's two basic premises, really. This allows for this additional primary urban dwelling unit, which is different than an accessory unit, on any parcel in a single family districts. Doesn't apply to multifamily districts, doesn't apply to commercial zones, and only within this area that's classified as an urbanized area. And it's a census tract that defines that area. We'll show you a map of that. What it does though, because you can put this other, what we call a primary unit, now that primary unit becomes eligible for accessory units, such as a accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit. So then all in total, with your existing single family home and this new urban dwelling unit and an ADU, whether it's in your existing home or your new urban dwelling unit, and then potentially a JADU with inside one of those structures, that's 4 units per lot that's now allowed on that property. Now, the big factor here is the urban lot splits. And those lot splits now do not have to comply with any of the size standards that we have established in our subdivision regulations for our city. So they get to bypass that, but they still have to follow all of the other subdivision standards that we've adopted with our subdivision regulations. So then basically it allows this equal area split. Roughly, you can go as different as 60-40 on these lots that are within this urbanized zone. And then the last caveat there is the 2-year time extension rather than a current 1-year time extension that's automatically there. So they get a longer period of time to actually record this map. Anyway, Kelly is going to give you some of the other details there on both of these particular topics with the lot split and the urban dwelling unit.
I think we might recover some of Phil's intro. So the urban lot split is a ministerial lot split. So that is normally tentative parcel maps go to Planning Commission for approval. And this would just require a director level approval. So city engineer and community development director sign off on the map if it meets the criteria. And then each of these lots then can contain 2 units. So the SB 9 law was kind of termed the fourplex law because it allows 4 units on each existing lot. But once you split that lot under SB 9, you can then only do 2 units on each lot. And then, as mentioned, the urban dwelling unit is a new primary dwelling unit that can be built on any single family lot in the urbanized area. So again, in December, we adopted an interim ordinance. That ordinance did limit the size of the urban dwelling units to 800 square feet maximum. There is a minimum of 800 square feet in state law. And to be conservative in our interim ordinance, we just went with the 800 square feet for a maximum as well. And under our interim ordinance, they are not currently allowed on any parcel on septic. And we did that so that we could do some additional analysis and bring some modified standards back to you. So SB 9 does not apply to every lot within the city. It applies only to the urbanized area, as Phil mentioned. So this area, and we do have a GIS map if we want to discuss this further when we're done with the presentation. But it's a sort of roughly Portola towards downtown. I think San Gregorio gets captured a little bit up there, which is interesting. But it is mostly our urban area that does have some access to sewer, is a little bit closer into town as well. The parcel does not have to be fully within the boundary. This boundary does not follow parcel lines. It's kind of a jagged census tract line. And so it applies to parcels that may be partially within that boundary. So we do have that boundary very detail mapped in our mapping system so that we can tell which parcels are eligible and which ones are not. And again, it only applies to the single family zoning district. So we did a little bit of analysis when we brought the interim ordinance forward, and there are about 3,100 potentially eligible locations based on availability of sewer. This number has likely increased now that we have our septic requirement, but because we don't know perk tests and things of that nature, that number is a little bit difficult to determine. But there are 3,100 parcels that tomorrow could walk through the door that are on septic are on sewer that would be eligible for the lot split. So this is kind of how all of these laws get put together. So again, the potential development without a lot split is 4 units per property. Again, one of those units does need to be a junior ADU. However, that junior ADU can be part of the existing residence on site or can be part of an application for an urban dwelling unit because that is also considered a primary dwelling unit. So if you have an existing residence on site and you don't want to convert a portion of your residence or garage, and you have the ability to build an urban dwelling unit, you can submit a building permit application for that urban dwelling unit that does include a 500 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit with it. And then, of course, you can do the ADU either attached to the UDU, attached to the primary residence, or detached in its entirety. When we do the lot split, we're now limited to 2 units per lot in any combination. So we can build 2 urban dwelling units on a property. We can build an urban dwelling unit and an ADU, an urban dwelling unit and a junior ADU. There are a lot of possibilities with the lot splits, but the result is maximum of 2 units per resulting lot. So, sorry, this still says ADUs. So similar to our ADUs, UDUs also meet the quota for affordable housing the way that the state law was adopted. Again, in order to prove that on our annual state reporting, we will need a study that confirms lot size or unit size associated with that affordable housing price. And we are working on that study currently, but based on the state law, the way it was adopted and restrictions on unit size, we should be able to count those towards our next couple RENA cycles until that study is done. And then again, our size limitations also help us ensure that we're not exceeding some of the capacity of our existing infrastructure, and we are adhering to our general plan policies to maintain some of our neighborhood character. So it's one thing to add an ADU to a property, and then it's another to now junior ADUs and now urban dwelling units and get up to 4 units per property. So if we take these all singularly, they're not as big of an impact, but when we put them all together, they can be a larger impact. With UDUs, we actually have a little bit more latitude with what kind of standards we can apply, as it seems in state law. So we can, again, the standards need to be objective, but they don't list quite as many standards, restrictions as they do with ADUs. So again, other than lot size, they have to comply with all of our subdivision regulations for subdivisions. That includes our flag lot subdivision ordinances. We are requiring some building envelopes and things of that nature to ensure neighborhood compatibility, which we'll get into in a couple of slides. Again, it has to be a minimum of 800 square feet. Staff is proposing 1,000 square feet for consistency with ADU law, just so it doesn't confuse people more when they're wondering what it is that they're building. And again, we cannot limit in the urbanized area unless there's a health and safety issue associated with it. So some of our health and safety concerns are the same ones as we expressed with ADUs, areas with no access to city sewer, the second way out for the fire access. And we have some additional standards that are allowed by state law to be looked at. So properties with extreme slopes, properties that include creeks or wetlands or other sensitive habitat areas, properties where we know that there's archaeological resources, and properties that include identified historic resources. So the state does recognize that because it's 4 units per property, we might have some ability to limit urban dwelling units in these cases. So again, urban dwelling units must connect to the city's public sewer system or meet the standards for on-site wastewater systems. So again, with ADUs, the analysis is the same. 1 acre gross is really needed to fit 2 units on a property. So basically what that comes down to is a density of 0.5 acre per primary unit or accessory dwelling unit. And so those standards have been built into the ordinance as it's written. Again, the maximum of 1,000 square feet to maintain affordability and reduce infrastructure and neighborhood impacts. And there is 1 off-street parking space allowed to be required per unit, and that is in the proposed text. There's also some interesting requirements from the state when we talk about the subdivision of property under SB 9. So there is a 3-year owner occupancy requirement on any of the units that exist on the site when the subdivision is in effect. So what the state was trying to do with this was to limit this being used for investment properties, right? So a developer comes in and says, oh, now I can do 4 units on a property instead of 1, and I can have them all as rentals. The state recognized that this was not only to increase affordable housing, but also to benefit existing homeowners that have lived in the area quite a long time, and are going to specifically benefit from this allowance. So there is a 3-year owner occupancy requirement for any of the units on any of the resulting lots if you do a lot split, not if you construct the UDU, but if you do the lot split. Again, the parcel has to be split roughly in half. This is not an opportunity to carve this really tiny parcel off so that you can still enjoy your large parcel and have, a tiny rental or lot to sell on the side. This is, an approximately 50-50 split. It does allow you to do 60-40, and we put some parameters in for that. Again, we've required that they identify building envelopes on parcels that are sloped greater than 30%, Our general plan for subdivisions currently requires that we identify building envelopes for heavily sloped parcels. And so this is a continuation of that requirement to ensure that you do a lot split and there is actually an area where you are able to build a home. And then no subsequent urban lot splits. So once you do one, if our zoning changes and allows smaller lot sizes, you can do a lot split under that again, but you cannot do another ministerial lot split to keep chopping parcels in half to a greater degree. We also added some standards about the original lot having a minimum street frontage. So we have a lot of flag lot parcels in the city currently. When we talk about splitting those in half under a ministerial process, some of those flag lots are just in different situations. The houses are in kind of weird spots that wouldn't allow a normal sort of layout, and the flag would have to snake around if that happened. And so there's just situations where adding additional parcels off of a flag or an existing access easement doesn't really function very well. So we do have some restrictions to ensure you can make a new flag lot with an SB9 lot split, but you can't take an existing flag lot and continue to subdivide along that access way. So with SB9, we're also allowed to add some design standards. So we've included some architectural feature requirements, open space requirements, reduced footprint on the second floor to increase building articulation and reduce some overlook to some degree. Laundry and storage space is required with UDUs. We do have lot coverage standards, shared driveway standards for narrow properties. So if a property, an existing property is narrow and they split it, we don't necessarily want two driveways coming off of that property. It can create conflicting turning movements and some sight distance issues. So we are requiring that some of those properties share their driveway to reduce those impacts. And again, we have the restriction on the size of attached garages, and we can discuss those appropriate sizes after the presentation. I won't go through all of these, but this is the methodology that we used for architectural features. So we kind of have a menu of items, and an applicant would need to choose a certain number if it's street facing and a certain number if it's interior facing. This menu style allows people to do a variety of architectural styles. We're not requiring craftsman porches on every single unit. So there is ability to impart your own architectural style or design theme into a building while ensuring that we do have articulation and some features that would make these pleasing units when they're in somebody's backyard or adjacent to somebody's existing residence. So in terms of historic property, the state law does allow restrictions on historic properties. So our proposed ordinance provides language to allow for the restrictions, but the properties do have to be formally designated through the adoption of a resolution by council. We do need to do some additional public outreach before we adopt that resolution with a list of historic properties, but this ordinance is written to enact that once we do that. And we are planning on coming back shortly with that list. Again, this is very much similar information to accessory dwelling units. We can regulate UDUs based on health and safety, and so we do have that 1 acre gross minimum lot size. We also have some language if there are parcels within the urbanized area to ensure that if you have an ADU, then that pops up to 1.5 acres. So we have a 1/2 acre per unit for these. Again, staff is recommending 3/4 of an acre for the exemption process, and Planning Commission recommended a 1/2 acre. And then we, as usual, with ADUs, have that pre-treatment option. So unlike ADUs, cities can charge full impact fees and require frontage improvements with the building permit. So this is a new primary dwelling. So if your frontage has not been constructed or is not constructed to city standard, with a building permit for an urban dwelling unit, the city can require that that frontage be constructed. Cities can also charge the full development impact fees. Currently, our fee structure is set up based on lot size and has a flat fee per dwelling unit, regardless of size, based on lot size. I believe when we come back with our revised development impact fee study, those will be based on square footage per state law. So staff is recommending tonight that you take 2 actions before you, introducing An ordinance for first reading, amending Title 9 to add Chapter 18, which would be urban dwelling units. It would have its own chapter similar to accessory dwelling units, with some staff recommended changes, and introduce for first reading Ordinance B, which would amend Title 11 and add a section into our subdivision regulations related to urban lot splits. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Kelly. Can you help with some clarification on that 3/4 versus the 1/2 acre versus, is it before the split or after the split? It's, as you were going through it, I somehow saw it differently. And then at the end, when you, yeah, and just having spent 3 hours or 2.5 on ADUs, I'm, yeah, fuzzy.
I'm
If you
right
could bring
there
that
with
up.
you. I don't know that it matters if it's the resulting lot or the primary lot. So I guess we'll back up, and from a larger picture, subdivisions that are on septic are governed by our LAMP. And our LAMP, we've done calculations, and they generally don't ever result in lots less than 1 acre on septic. So I don't know that we would ever be in a position where we would do an urban lot split in an area on septic and then be under the exemption category. So I don't know that that would ever come up. For existing lots, if they wanted to try and build an urban dwelling unit, and they're in the urbanized area, that is part of what that analysis would take into consideration, is how many units could somebody build? And UDUs would be a potential in addition to ADUs, and it would be the same sort of analysis methodology as accessory dwelling units.
But we're still saying only 2 units per 3/4 gross acre as a potential, where we're not saying you could have 1 acre and then split it and put 2 on each if you're on septic.
Yeah, you
Like,
definitely
that's-
can't split it if you're an acre, because that wouldn't meet the requirements of the LAMP. If you had an existing 0.98 acre parcel inside the urbanized area on septic, in theory, you could attempt to build an ADU and a UDU in addition to your primary, which would be the 3 units. I don't think the analysis would ever let you go that far, because there's just not carrying capacity at that point for that. But it's something that somebody could potentially ask to have analyzed.
Okay. So what is the 3/4 acre language in here versus what we saw in the ADU language?
I believe it is exactly the same.
It's applying to whether or not you can construct this unit on it. It's separate from the fact of whether
On a
you can subdivide.
resulting, whatever piece of property you're talking about, you've got to have
Yeah.
that gross 3/4 to even
Yeah.
consider whether or not you can have a second, whether it's
Yeah.
a UDU or in the previous
ADU.
case, ADU.
Yeah.
Okay, but JADU, we can't.
JADU is a whole
Limit, that's
different
a
thing
different
because it's
story. Yeah.
within your existing house.
Correct.
And has
Okay.
to be on your existing system.
Okay, that helps. I wanted to set that stage before we got into conversation, because I'm septic flowing here. No, that did not even mean that. But anyway, I will look to council for questions. Councilmember Borbo.
Yes, thank you. It seems that we have the same issue relative to garage space. I mean, certainly you listed in the slides. I haven't found it yet in the language, but it mentions the 250, or at least you did on the slide.
It's on page 229.
229. I'm staring at 229. Well, that is say garage. I even highlighted it. Thank you. So there's that potential issue as a quick correction. Another question on page 230. Well, we made reference in the slides, and then on somewhere we make mention of storage and laundry, and on page 230, number 11, we say storage and laundry, each unit shall include the following: I misread it, 300 cubic feet of shelved storage area. Okay.
Vertical.
Yeah, so that's not a problem. I thought it was 300 square feet, and that's a hell of a lot of storage in a 600 square foot unit. But the dedicated space for laundry facilities and hookups, again, is that to require an indoor laundry facility in a UDU, or just that there be necessary hookups, which could be in a garage?
Could be in a garage.
Okay, thank you. And if you could go back to the map that you displayed. And you made mention that, you showed the urbanized area boundary, but go to the next slide with the parcel. And you mentioned approximately 3,100 potentially eligible locations. And I understand that usually we have 11,000 parcels in the city and approximately half of them are sewered. 5,500, 5,000, 5,500. So, and I look at this map here, the parcels you've identified, and it seems to me that our sewered area is bigger than this. Bigger than
Right,
these
so this
parcels.
would exclude multifamily properties because this
Okay.
only applies to single family.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I was trying to figure out who's missing here, and that's the answer. Okay. So all of these identified are essentially all sewered single-family properties. And then we're saying that you can do a UDU on a septic served property if you can meet all the land standards. etc. Okay. Got it. And I think that might have been my only questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Funk, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to know on this with the regard to the 3-year requirement of residency, do I understand correctly that clock starts ticking when you split the property or you apply to split the property, but that, bless you, but that it, are you also required to start building at that point? Or can you just
You could sit
split
on
the
a vacant
property
lot.
and sit and wait on it so that?
No, so the assumption is that you have a residence on the parcel to begin with. I think we had a portion of our ordinance at one point in time that talked about if you had a permit, for a vacant lot and you were doing a lot split at the same time. But I think where we ended up, and I can confirm, is that that unit does need to be at least under construction prior to recording the map.
Okay, so you either have a residence there or there is a residence under construction, that single residence, but there's no further action has to be taken on that lot split. And then the owner can sell out to somebody who is going to stuff it with as much housing as we allow and flip it.
It would still be just the 2 units per lot at that point.
Right.
Yes, they record, they sign an affidavit that they submit to the city that says they will live on the property for a minimum of 3 years.
Right.
Keep
but
in
that-
mind that new lot that's created that doesn't contain the regular single family house is going to be under the regulations of the urban dwelling unit or the SB9 unit. So they're going to have a size restriction. They're going to have all the other objective design standards to them.
So if your resulting lot is vacant, you have your existing house on your lot and you have a vacant lot, the units on that vacant lot will have a maximum of 1,000 square feet, whether they be a UDU, depending on what we do, whether they be a UDU or an ADU that gets constructed, there will not be able to be a house on that vacant lot that's greater than the size limitation.
Yeah, okay, so you could have, 2,000 square foot to 1,000 square foot units on that property, on that half
New lot.
that's vacant.
Yeah.
the
And
half
then a
that's
10,000
zero.
square foot house on your other half, if you so desire.
Yeah.
If you can fit it.
Yeah. I mean,
Sure.
you fit it in your lot. Okay, so we just have to allow for people who will actually not be living in that area and are not intending to live with the results of their lot split. They just want to take the money and run.
On that vacant property, that is a
Yeah.
possibility. Yeah.
Okay. Just to be clear. Okay.
I had a follow-on question, but I'll defer to Mayor Pro Tem Newsom if she had a question.
Get to go before Charles. Okay. On the urbanized area map, is this something that's going to be available for people to find online? I know it's very, very hard to decipher.
Well,
boundaries.
yeah, we've got a better version of this and we'll have it available online. And we can even refer to our GIS map tonight if you'd like to see some more detail. I think, did we get that?
Yeah, and I'm
working?
hoping our GIS map is online too in a fashion that can.
I mean, for some nighttime reading. Thank you.
If you could back up on the slides to where you talked about, you mentioned flag lots, but before that you talked about people wouldn't be able to split
Let's see.
An existing flag. So if you have an existing, you live back on a flag lot and you don't actually have any frontage on your property and your property is served by an easement through somebody else's property, this proposed ordinance would not allow you to do the lot split on
Okay.
that lot,
If
on that
it's-
flag served by an easement.
Okay, if it's an easement, but if you own the flag, you're saying you still couldn't do a
Well,
split?
if you own the flag and you're at the front of the street and your lot has attached to the street besides the flag, you could do it, but not if you just have to access the flag to access your lot, then you still wouldn't be able to do it because then you're adding more lots to that flag or to that easement.
But don't we allow currently flags to serve, 2 or 3 or 4 properties?
Maximum of 4.
So, but we would not under this allow it to serve 2 or 3 under an urban lot split. But we
So-
allow currently somebody to serve 3 or 4 properties?
Right now, there's different requirements based on the length of the flag, number of lots on the flag. And you gotta think these are all shared sort of driveways in this situation. So in order to go ahead and allow a lot split of one of these deep lots, it's going to interfere with the property rights of multiple property owners. So it becomes challenging. So I think the proposal here is you've got to have street frontage in order to do this urban lot split. You've got to be able to run it off the primary street, not off the flag, not off an easement.
Okay, I was just confused because I was understanding that we currently allow people to do that, but we won't allow them to do that under this.
With the normal lot subdivision standards, sure. If they're creating lot sizes and they're doing a flag lot subdivision, a new one,
Right.
sure,
okay.
they can do a flag lot. But we're talking about these urban lot splits, which essentially bypass all the lot size
Right.
standards that we
Okay.
have on the books today.
All right, thank you.
I have another question. As Charles was talking about access to the properties, so some larger lots get access through an easement that splits down other property lines. Earlier, you spoke to under ADUs that a health and safety standard for accessing that. Does that come into play as well on some of these lots that have to go through the easement and they're not flag lot?
Sure. So there's a couple situations, right? There's where your lot has frontage and there may be an easement and your house is towards the back. And we've seen the situation come in. And so you're not actually accessing off of your frontage, you're accessing through somebody else's parcel and your house is in the back of your lot and you want to do an SB9 lot split and then have a lot that has frontage, that is your vacant lot that you can sell off. And in that situation, because you have frontage on the road, you would be able to do that. You would need to provide a flag, whether or not it's accessible or not. Our code doesn't seem to specify that requirement. So you would have a flag to your lot in the back with your house on it, and then you would have a new vacant lot along the frontage. If you're being served off of an access easement and you don't have frontage on the street, it's the same as the flag lot requirement, and it would not be eligible for an SB9 lot split under the proposed code.
Thank you for that clarification.
Interesting. Can you pull up the image of the allowable units, just sort of the options? Oh. Forward 2 more or back 2 more. Yeah, right there, right there. So on the newly created lot, there does have to, you can't do 2 ADUs. Like you have to have a UDU and do the frontage and all of that.
An
You
ADU
can't-
always has to be with a primary unit.
Okay, I thought so, and I want to
It's
make sure that's the
accessory too.
case. Otherwise, you have people taking advantage of something and really not paying for the full impact of what they're doing, what is being absorbed by the community. If lots are split under the general plan amendment, like we've had requests for general plan amendments to change zoning, and we've said we're going to look at this overall with our general plan amendment. So if we were to, change something from a 5-acre lot to, 5 1-acre lots, are those new lots now eligible for SB9 splits?
Yes, unless you call them multifamily. So you could say we have a new multifamily standard that allows for only 5 units per acre. And so it's called multifamily because we allow multiple units on each lot, but your minimum lot size is smaller. You do something unique like that. That's the only way in it that you can do that. So any single family lot is going to be eligible for SB 9.
Yeah.
Regardless of the size you create in your general plan.
Yeah. Okay. For the second UDU that could be built on the lot split, since right now we're looking at 1,000 square feet, could somebody feasibly use one of the ADU stock plans that's 1,000 square feet and have some savings there?
Yes.
That's nice. Okay. Frontage. I wrote down the word frontage and I think that was answered. So, oh yeah, because they've got to create that frontage. Okay. Excellent. I think that answers my questions. And are we ready to go to public input? All right. So let's go ahead and open up public comment and we'll get the timer going. If you're on the webinar, please raise your hand. And we do have somebody here in the studio audience. Welcome.
Good evening, once again, Council Jeff Oslin. So the two things that come out of this that I think need to be clarified, and I think this presentation was great to you folks that did it. I don't think there's much that needs to be changed, but clarification, of course, and Councilmember Bo brought this up, which is consistency with garage and the square footage. And the other one would be setbacks that we're consistent with setbacks with these, just like we would be with ADUs. I think that makes sense. I think the cookie cutter ADU or UDU makes a lot of sense. So it's there. And my last comment to that would be the way this is written. The nice thing about this is it would keep some neighborhoods from being overrun with UDUs by splitting them out with the way this is worded. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will look to the webinar. Anybody wishing to speak? We still have a few attendees. All right, Ms. Sierra Steele.
Good evening once again. I just had a few questions. I'm not sure if in the beginning, if it was misspoke as far as the ADUs and 800 square foot max. I don't know if that was meant to be a minimum. I am a little confused with that with under SB 9. With the state requiring 850 square feet as a minimum for 1 bedrooms, trying to continue to push for less than or around that size is going to create more issues, especially for a lot of people that may utilize these type of situations, myself included. I am in the urbanized area and am connected to sewer. However, my ideal tenant to have added on my property would be another single parent. A lot of times they may get Section 8 or other things that I may be able to collect for with renting this ADU to them on my primary residence. But Section 8 will require a 1 bedroom for a child of different gender of the parent or different gender of siblings. So restricting the size and additionally with the fees, it's creating more issues for the actual people that will be using this. And I just would like the size to be looked into. And as well as, I was just a little confused on the flag lot as well, but I believe it was clarified that the difference on the flag lot and the shared driveway was between the ADUs and the UDUs with the lot split. So I believe those are different. I'm not positive. And I was also just curious to what the difference was between an easement and an actual flag lot.
Is there anything else?
Probably, but I really hate speaking publicly. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Steele. You're doing just fine, by the way. All right. Anybody else wishing to speak? Is there anyone on the phone, Luke? Okay. I'm going to give it one more ask, going once, going twice. Raise your hand now. All right. Not seeing anyone, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring that back. With regards to the questions, and Ms. Steele was asking about the 800 square foot, and that is what we had done initially. That was the state's minimum. We had to allow at least 800 square feet, and for our interim ordinance, before we could come back tonight, we kept it at 800. Tonight, that is being increased to 1,000. With regards to, let's see, with if staff, I would ask Director if you might want to explain the difference. I think she had maybe some clarification on the flag lot, but if you could also talk about the difference between an easement and a flag lot. And then also Mr. Oslin had brought up setback consistency between what we're doing here and with ADUs. And is there an issue that you know about? He didn't say anything specific, so I don't know if he was saying, hey, it was good that we're consistent, or hey, we're inconsistent and you need to fix it. I wasn't clear on that. Anyway, I will turn that over to our director.
Thank you. And the intent is to have these policies be consistent so that there's not confusion between the two as much as possible. But back to the easement versus flag lot situation. A flag lot is a piece of property owned in fee by a person, single person, that typically adjoins to an actual property that's owned in fee as well. And oftentimes an easement will be on top of that flag, but an easement can be on top of any property, and it's simply a right to pass or a right to run utilities on top of somebody's property, whereas a flag is an actual ownership of a piece of property.
Thank you. So if somebody, I guess the question is then, if somebody does have a flag and they own that property and they don't need an easement for utilities or access or anything else, why could they not go ahead and split? And, you know, as long as they meet all the other parameters.
In most cases, the flag does have an easement on it so that other people can use that flag to access their properties. There are some cases where the flag is independently used for the property that's in the back,
right,
and the property in the front has the street access. So in that particular case, you know, could there be an urban lot split allowed? Our council could decide that we want to allow that in that scenario. So we do have that potential flexibility, but just be cautious then in that scenario, you're allowing, you know, potentially additional vehicle trips and additional impacts to the neighbor that lives next to that flag. And oftentimes they have, you know, a house that's really close to the flag, and there's all these other issues to consider.
And suddenly you're quadrupling the number of trips and things like that. Understood.
And one other thing to mention is normally when people do a flag lot split, that is sort of to our zoning minimum lot size anyways. And so we look at what was anticipated for that flag, and they place their house, you know, wherever on that property. We've had some people come in interested in SB9 where their flag comes up and then their house is right in the way. So if you wanted to extend that flag, they would have to take down at least a portion of their existing single family residence. But our code currently doesn't really have flag lot standards for when we start subdividing flag lots. And so currently under our code, they could come up with a scenario where they take the flag and they snake it all the way around the property to get to a property in the back. And I think that that is probably a subdivision design that we would want to limit or prohibit. And so if we wanted to look at that, we probably need to bring back some standards to make sure that we don't have continuous snaking flags throughout properties.
Understand. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember.
I was saying that. I mean, I own a flag lot and we own the flag. And so, you know, no easement, we own the flag. But if we were to split something in back, that split out property would now have to have an easement over our flag.
Well, and our current ordinance requires that the parcel in the back own the flag. So there would,
But I mean, so you can't create two lots out of a flag lot without one of them having an easement over the other's flag. So that, I mean, not that you couldn't allow that, but that's not something we want to get into here, I don't think.
So it seems like to me, maybe the only thing we're looking at needing to change is that 300 square feet on the garage, since that is what we're looking at doing for the ADUs. And, you know, similar to the ADU ordinance, we're trying to balance neighborhood impacts with the need for affordable housing and, of course, the mandate from the state. Yes, Councilmember Funk.
Yeah, there's also on the SB9, a slightly different version of the interior wedding cake thing on two-story units, only on the, that's on page 229, item 8, where it specifies that two-story units built in accordance with urban dwelling unit standards shall have a second floor that is limited to 75% of the gross area of the first floor, inclusive of any attached garage. So it requires some kind of wedding caking or stair step, but there's no exemption for how close it is to the property line.
And I think that's because that's for a UDU, is that correct? So that is more like the primary residence. It's not meant to be an ADU. It is meant to be a UDU with frontage and, you know, having, again, keeping with the character of the neighborhood, is looking more like a primary residence, not an ADU.
Right, but a lot of two-story residences don't have setbacks on the upper floor. I mean, I look at colony homes and I look at homes around the area, and I see a lot of two-story residences in the community that wouldn't meet this standard. And that seems, it seems to me that there's not necessarily a need to do that. And I would ask the same, that we consider applying to this criterion, the same criterion that we are applying on the ADU side, that we're developing with regard to that, you know, that second story usage and how much you overlook properties, that kind of thing.
So I'll have staff speak to this, because my understanding is it's not and I'm not married to whether we keep the 75% or not, but I'm careful to not compare the UDU exactly to an ADU, because we're not necessarily looking at overlook here. It's more about the objective design standards is my understanding, but it is also separate from the architectural feature aspect. So might staff speak to that?
Sure, I can maybe chime in at first. So we're looking at the UDU as being the potential third unit on a property, or a second or first unit on a smaller property. And so when we looked at those, we kind of looked at our plan development standards and what do we generally require for smaller lots, or multiple units on a lot. And that is something that we have regularly done in our plan developments when we have two-story units. So that kind of came from there and where we've seen that before. I did also want to note that for ADUs, we're only talking about applying some of those requirements when the units get larger. And so these are capped at 1,000 square feet for the UDU, regardless of property size.
So what I'm hearing is it's a consistency with the PD standards that we've been implementing for several years now.
And it is just an aesthetic requirement, because we know that these are generally going to be the multiple units on an existing single family property, but it's purely an aesthetic requirement.
And they are considered a primary unit. And I think the state really put a lot of emphasis on developing objective design standards for these guys a little bit differently than the accessory units that always are going to share a property with a primary unit. It's a little bit different.
Yep, understood. Councilmember Funk, does that make sense on the UDU versus the ADU, the difference in what we're doing with plan developments?
Yeah, I see that they're different, but we're applying a stricter standard to the smaller to a UDU that can't exceed 1,000 square feet. That we're applying to an ADU that can go up to 1,200 square feet with, the kind of setbacks that we currently require. So I'm not finding it a persuasive case, but I guess I'm that this is necessary as a design standard in terms of trying to, given the extra cost involved in designing units that are this way, and that we do have a lot of, there are a lot of two-story homes out there that look really nice and are not smaller on the second floor. So I would propose not making that requirement.
One of the things though is that, I mean, under the UDU, I mean, these could end up being, houses on separate lots, on freestanding lots, which is of great benefit to the property owner in terms of being able to sell it. So, I mean, I don't mind there being a somewhat additional restriction on a UDU that has potential to be on its own lot. But I mean, I'm not married to it either, but I'm not bothered by it in terms of us trying to remake that sausage here tonight.
What's different also about the EDUs is you can do two of them standalone on a property, and even attach an ADU to them. So it's a kind of a whole different animal, really, in that respect.
So maybe for tonight, we stick with the standard as it currently is, and then consider in the future that, if that's something we think that could be removed and we streamline things a little bit more, that's possible. And especially if you're seeing folks come in with designs where that is, making it expensive and prohibiting maybe what they want to do, and being able to see something where you say, oh no, that does achieve the objectives design standards that we want, and see that that's something that could be removed. So let's kind of be on the lookout for that as applications come in. Okay.
We can do that.
Anything else?
I can work with that.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't ask this question. On page 211, near the bottom, there's listed 6 areas of concern. And we talked about, sewer and egress and all that multiple times. In here, number 5, properties and locations of known archaeological resources. But I don't see that addressed anywhere in the ordinance. What does that mean specifically? And because I mean, imagine every one of us as a property owner could have, unbeknownst to us, on our property, Native American activity, grave sites, whatever. What is the impact of that concern here? Or is it just listed as a concern and it's not, doesn't affect any of the language we're adopting tonight?
It's one of the items that's echoed from state law that they want us to put in here as an environmental factor that we need to consider in creating our ordinance for these. We do have maps that identify sensitive archaeological sites in our city, and we do constantly consult with the local tribes, and they're constantly amending, where those sites are. So it is a factor because it can impact those resources, and it's something to consider, just like a creek, something to consider, or a significant tree or a historic resource. So it's just one of those factors that we have to take into account.
And what state law basically says is you have to allow this UDU, except you can deny it in these circumstances. So if we have a site where we know there's archaeological resources and we require them to do some survey work and they find something of significance, or the tribes have some area of significance, that allows us to deny the application for that additional dwelling unit. If that instance comes up. It's not noted very clearly in the code. There's this very legalese section under applicability, section A, number 2, that is kind of a catch-all government code reference section for all of those things that were listed: creek areas, wetland, archaeological sensitive resources. And so that's kind of a catch-all for all of those. And so they're not specifically noted.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so I am going to look and ask if I could get a motion with I think we just have the 300 square foot. Was there any other typo or change or the 0.75? Anything
Now, just
else?
to clarify on the 300 square foot, did you also intend to include, there was also a 500 square foot?
Let's hold off on that because we're talking lot split here. Let's just stick, I think, tonight with the 300 square foot. And if we want to come back and amend it as we look at the ADU ordinance and sizes and 500 square feet, deal with it then. That would be my recommendation.
Do we want to change the 450 for stacked
Yes.
To 500?
Yes.
That's what I
Oh, okay. Thank
was
you.
alluding to.
Thank you. So 300 for garage, 500 for stacked, 300 for attached garage, 500 for stacked, 0.75 acre. And was there anything else?
No, I will make a motion to approve draft ordinance A and draft ordinance B with those three changes the mayor just noted.
I'll second.
And are we clear on all of those? Did we? Okay.
Do you need a section reference for the garage or no? You're good.
No, we're okay.
It is on page 229. That's section 7, let's see, 7 from 9-5.032 C 7 and 7.1, just 7 and 7.1. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Borbo, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, I have to read the titles.
Oh, yes. And now the city clerk will read the titles of the ordinances.
Okay. Draft Ordinance A, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, California, amending Title 9, Planning and Zoning to add Chapter 18, Urban Dwelling Units to the Atascadero Municipal Code, Urban Dwelling Units. Draft Ordinance B, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, California, amending Title 11, Subdivisions related to urban lot splits.
All right, roll call now.
Yes, we'll do it again. Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Why don't we take 5 minutes? We'll invite Councilmember Darrows back up.
Exactly.
Mark's down getting a massage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll set it up. Okay, I'll stop for that.
All right.
Saying this after the 5-week hiatus and our short meeting in August, this seems like
48
Oh, I
minutes.
know. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, this
Plus, we started at 5, not 6. So it's not-
right. It
Seems like
Yep. All right, we're going to come back to order.
we're earning.
All right, we still have one item remaining, and we are happy to welcome Councilmember Darrows back with us. This is item B3, the 2022 Economic Hardship Program Time Extension for Construction Permits. I'm just going to ask a quick ex parte from any of my council members from my left to my right.
None.
Done.
I have just spoken about it at Rotary and on the radio today, but really no substantive conversations. With that, turn it over to Director Densmore and Kelly Gleason.
All right, thank you. This is an item we've been wanting to bring forward to you for a little while now, and it's an opportunity for us to do local time extensions for construction permits or valid construction permits. Get this to work. There we go. Just trying to advance on. So what's the current situation? Why are we doing this? Right now, we're starting to see some speculation for development. We're starting to see developers that are delaying their next phases. They're starting to hold back and not complete their development projects. There's a lot of things happening. Obviously, you've seen all the news about rising interest rates. We have had a long time of labor and supply chain issues, especially since COVID. And it's creating a lot of uncertainty. It's definitely a changing climate right now. I'm not going to plant the seed that we're heading into a recession, but it's just creating uncertainty in the development community. And because of that, the state of California actually already passed an Assembly Bill 2913. This was done a year or two ago during COVID that automatically provides a 1-year extension. But that window of that extension was really narrow, and it was really intended for residential projects. And then we have our standard building code, which allows for 6 months extensions at discretion of the building official. What we wanted to do is go a step further. And we do have the authority, we have the flexibility as a local jurisdiction to adopt a program that offers additional flexibility to the extension of construction permits, and we can supplement AB 2913. Right now, our existing policy is everything's valid for 6 months. An issued construction permit's good for 6 months from time of issuance. And they can even come in and just simply ask for a 6-month extension. And if they keep getting progress done on their project, it automatically gets extended for 6 months each time they get a passing inspection. And even for permits that haven't been picked up yet, and they're in the status of being ready to pick up, we do allow those to sit dormant for 6 months as well as it stands right now. So that's what we have available right now. We can still do this by discretion. But what we want to do is automatically jump forward a year. We want to give folks till January 1, 2024 for valid permits. And a valid permit means something that's either been issued, they're ready to build, or a permit that's ready to issue. They paid up all their plan check fees. It's sitting at the counter and they're ready to pick it up. But in a lot of cases, they just can't get their loan, or there's a supply chain issue, there's other issues. We want to give them that grace period, extend it out a year. We have to be a little bit cautious because we do have new building codes coming up, and we don't want to get too far behind in those building code cycles. So the 1 year is about that right time, that January 1, 2024. And that's really it. This is pretty straightforward. If the council adopts this tonight, it'll authorize us to be able to grant these for these eligible permits and projects.
I have to say that picture looks like an ADU. Thank you for that. I'm so glad that we're bringing this forward. It's something that a prior council during the last recession did a dormant permit program, and I know it was helpful for a lot of property owners, and we actually kept that in place for quite some while. It was extended over time, and so that was a great benefit, and I'm so glad that staff was creative in bringing that forward to help developers and property owners with the current times that we're trying to navigate. So just ask quickly if there's any questions from council. Borbo?
Yeah, two questions real quick. You said this includes both residential and commercial?
That's right.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. And then it says on the bottom of page 240, all plan review fees and other applicable fees must be paid in full prior to approval of the extension. Doesn't include development impact fees.
It
or
does
those
not.
more significant
Development impact fees,
Okay.
we don't collect at the city until a project has been completely
Got
built,
it.
finished, and we're ready to go out there and give it its final
Okay.
occupancy.
Good, good. Okay. So those substantial outlays are deferred to the end.
Yeah.
And they only have to pay these smaller fees.
Yeah.
To,
Just
got it.
paying
Thank
for
you.
our time to review the plans.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. We have no one in the chambers at the moment. If there's anyone on the webinar, there's a few of you. Go ahead and raise your hand. Luke, do we have anyone on the phone?
We even have our building official out there if you have questions for him. So
Nice. All right, I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand, so I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back for a motion. Oh,
Somebody?
yes. Did somebody come on? Oh, all right, I'm going to reopen public comment. If there is someone wishing to speak on public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand right now. Oh, excellent. Miss Steele, come on. Let's hear from you.
I was just more concerned with how it's now including commercial, and that does sound ideal and help with everyone in the situation. However, I'm still concerned when multiple construction sites and multiple parcels are ending up to be over 20 acres and continuing to be extended for no amount of time, with no explanation or grace needed with this for those commercial individuals. Not necessarily people with singular projects. That's my concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Steele. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? I see none. I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to staff. Ms. Steele referenced some commercial properties that are 20 acres and just kind of get extended ongoing. Could you just kind of briefly say what our process is for, properties under development?
For properties under development right now, going back to the building code with getting inspections every 6 months, there's still that. This would only grant you that 1-year window until January 1, 2024. And they would still have to maintain all of their other standards on their property. They couldn't let a property go into any other kind of estate. So we don't have any projects for that size. I don't know that would apply to. We've got a couple of residential projects right now that are asking this question, but they're much smaller in scope.
So this is applied equitably across residential, commercial, and regardless of size of
Correct,
property.
regardless of size. So
Okay.
it could be someone's building an addition on their house of 40 square feet, or it could be a major residential project with 50 units, or it could be a commercial development with new commercial retail.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will ask if we have a motion.
I'll move we adopt the draft resolution presented by staff.
I'll second.
A motion by Councilmember Borbo, second by Mayor Pro Tem Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to council announcements and committee reports. And I will go from my right to my left. So I'll start with Councilmember Funk.
Okay, I've got an HSOC coming, Total Services Oversight Council coming up next week. And that's about all the report for right now.
Thank you. I just returned from League of California Cities as our voting delegate last week, 3 days in Long Beach, 3 packed days full of all kinds of information, trying to see how we can apply it to our local community, learned about Sacramento's Youth Council with a $5 million budget for our youth to have an advisory committee. So trying to see, learn from other communities. So it was a great opportunity. So thanks to the city.
Yes, the Integrated Waste Management Authority has its full board meeting tomorrow. One of the items I'm discussing will be adopting a program that would assist the jurisdictions, including ours, in obtaining the necessary credits, if you will, for compost or other things that meet the SB 1383 requirements. So that, it would assist the jurisdictions in meeting those needs through an IWMA program.
Councilmember Daris.
I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Okay. Just to tell you a little bit about our countywide mayor's meeting, we had Ben Barker, who's from the California Municipal Finance Authority. And it's interesting. There seem to be these all sorts sort of funding mechanisms, whether it's for housing or other projects out there. And I don't know, it'll just be interesting to do some follow-up and see what could be possible. He had talked about funding for a zoo they had done. And I said, are you looking for another zoo to help fund? So, who knows, but always interesting to see what options are available through state resources. And next mayor's meeting will be this Friday. So, and had a little bit of a break with SLOCOG and RTA during the summer, which is unusual, but kind of nice. So anyway, with that, I will ask if there are any individual determinations.
I do have something I'd like to mention if I could.
Councilmember
I just
Davis.
wanted to give a shout out to our Public Works Department for the cleanup work that they did at El Camino Real and Santa Rosa by the Motel 6. My understanding there was a little bit of an encampment there. The occupants were kind of taking over the sidewalk, and that's an area where the children would use to walk to get to Santa Rosa School. It did pose a bit of a safety issue, but they cleaned it up, trimmed some of the shrubs that were there in the bushes, and the occupants are no longer there, and the kids can be safe using that sidewalk across the highway. So thank you for Public Works and the city taking care of that.
Thank you very much. Yes, we appreciate Public Works very much. There he is, Director DeVar. Thank you. All right, seeing no other individual determinations. All right, meeting adjourned.
Good night.